Tonight's audiobook is The Mystery of the Yellow Room by Gaston Leroux, one of the most famous locked room mysteries ever written. When a young woman is violently attacked inside a room that was locked from the inside, the question becomes impossible to ignore. How could the attacker escape? Now sit back, relax, and enjoy this classic mystery. Chapter 1. In which we begin not to understand. It is not without a certain emotion that I begin to recount here the extraordinary adventures of Joseph Rouletabille. Down to the present time he had so firmly opposed my doing it that I had come to despair of ever publishing the most curious of police stories of the past 15 years. I had even imagined that the public would never know the whole truth of the prodigious case known as that of the Yellow Room, out of which grew so many mysterious, cruel, and sensational dramas, with which my friend was so closely mixed up, if, apropos of a recent nomination of the illustrious Stangerson to the grade of Grand Cross of the Legion of Honor, an evening journal, in an article, miserable for its ignorance, or audacious for its perfidy, had not resuscitated a terrible adventure of which Joseph Rouletabille had told me he wished to be forever forgotten. The Yellow Room. Who now remembers this affair which caused so much ink to flow 15 years ago? Events are so quickly forgotten in Paris. Has not the very name of the knave's trial and the tragic history of the death of little Monaldo passed out of mind? And yet the public attention was so deeply interested in the details of the trial that the occurrence of a ministerial crisis was completely unnoticed at the time. Now, the Yellow Room trial, which preceded that of the knaves by some years, made far more noise. The entire world hung for months over this obscure problem, the most obscure, it seems to me, that has ever challenged the perspicacity of our police or taxed the conscience of our judges. The solution of the problem baffled everybody who tried to find it. It was like a dramatic rebus with which old Europe and new America alike became fascinated. That is, in truth, I am permitted to say, because there cannot be any author's vanity in all this, since I do nothing more than transcribe facts on which an exceptional documentation enables me to throw a new light. That is because, in truth, I do not know that, in the domain of reality or imagination, one can discover or recall to mind anything comparable, in its mystery, with the natural mystery of the Yellow Room. That which nobody could find out, Joseph Rouletabille, aged 18, then a reporter engaged on a leading journal, succeeded in discovering. But when, at the assize court, he brought in the key to the whole case, he did not tell the whole truth. He only allowed so much of it to appear as sufficed to ensure the acquittal of an innocent man. The reasons which he had for his reticence no longer exist. Better still, the time has come for my friend to speak out fully. You are going to know all, and, without further preamble, I am going to place before your eyes the problem of the Yellow Room, as it was placed before the eyes of the entire world on the day following the enactment of the drama at the Château du Glandier. On the 25th of October, 1892, the following note appeared in the latest edition of the Temps. A frightful crime has been committed at the Glandier, on the border of the forest of Sainte Genevieve, above Épinay-sur-Orge, at the house of Professor Stangerson. On that night, while the master was working in his laboratory, an attempt was made to assassinate Mademoiselle Stangerson, who was sleeping in a chamber adjoining this laboratory. The doctors do not answer for the life of M.D. Stangerson. The impression made on Paris by this news may be easily imagined. Already, at that time, the learned world was deeply interested in the labors of Professor Stangerson and his daughter. These labors, the first that were attempted in radiography, served to open the way for Monsieur and Madame Curie to the discovery of radium. It was expected the professor would shortly read to the Academy of Sciences a sensational paper on his new theory, the dissociation of matter, a theory destined to overthrow from its base the whole of official science, which based itself on the principle of the conservation of energy. On the following day, the newspapers were full of the tragedy. The Matin, among others, published the following article, entitled, "A Supernatural Crime." "These are the only details," wrote the anonymous writer in the Matin, "we have been able to obtain concerning the crime of the Château du Glandier." The state of despair in which Professor Stangerson is plunged, and the impossibility of getting any information from the lips of the victim, have rendered our investigations and those of justice so difficult that, at present, we cannot form the least idea of what has passed in the Yellow Room, in which Imday Stangerson, in her nightdress, was found lying on the floor in the agonies of death. We have, at least, been able to interview Daddy Jacques, as he is called in the country, an old servant in the Stangerson family. Daddy Jacques entered the Yellow Room at the same time as the professor. This chamber adjoins the laboratory. Laboratory and Yellow Room are in a pavilion at the end of the park, about 300 meters, 1,000 feet, from the chateau. It was 12:30 at night, this honest old man told us, and I was in the laboratory, where Monsieur Stangerson was still working, when the thing happened. I had been cleaning and putting instruments in order all the evening and was waiting for Monsieur Stangerson to go to bed. Mademoiselle Stangerson had worked with her father up to midnight. When the 12 strokes of midnight had sounded by the cuckoo clock in the laboratory, she rose, kissed Monsieur Stangerson and bade him good night. To me she said, "Bonsoir, Daddy Jacques," as she passed into the Yellow Room. We heard her lock the door and shoot the bolt, so that I could not help laughing, and said to Monsieur, "There's Mademoiselle double-locking herself in. She must be afraid of the Bête du bon Dieu." Monsieur did not even hear me. He was so deeply absorbed in what he was doing. Just then we heard the distant meowing of a cat. Is that going to keep us awake all night? I said to myself, for I must tell you, Monsieur, that, to the end of October, I live in an attic of the pavilion over the Yellow Room, so that Mademoiselle should not be left alone through the night in the lonely park. It was the fancy of Mademoiselle to spend the fine weather in the pavilion. No doubt, she found it more cheerful than the chateau and, for the 4 years it had been built, she had never failed to take up her lodging there in the spring. With the return of winter, Mademoiselle returns to the chateau, for there is no fireplace in the Yellow Room. We were staying in the pavilion, then, Monsieur Stangerson and me. We made no noise. He was seated at his desk. As for me, I was sitting on a chair. Having finished my work and, looking at him, I said to myself, what a man! What intelligence! What knowledge! I attach importance to the fact that we made no noise, for, because of that, the assassin certainly thought that we had left the place. And, suddenly, while the cuckoo was sounding the half after midnight, a desperate clamor broke out in the Yellow Room. It was the voice of Mademoiselle, crying, "Murder! Murder! Help!" Immediately afterwards revolver shots rang out and there was a great noise of tables and furniture being thrown to the ground, as if in the course of a struggle, and again the voice of Mademoiselle calling, "Murder! Help! Papa! Papa!" You may be sure that we quickly sprang up and that Monsieur Stangerson and I threw ourselves upon the door. But alas, it was locked, fast locked, on the inside, by the care of Mademoiselle, as I have told you, with key and bolt. We tried to force it open, but it remained firm. Monsieur Stangerson was like a madman, and truly, it was enough to make him one, for we heard Mademoiselle still calling, "Help! Help!" Monsieur Stangerson showered terrible blows on the door, and wept with rage and sobbed with despair and helplessness. It was then that I had an inspiration. The assassin must have entered by the window. I cried, "I will go to the window," and I rushed from the pavilion and ran like one out of his mind. The inspiration was that the window of the Yellow Room looks out in such a way that the park wall, which abuts on the pavilion, prevented my at once reaching the window. To get up to it one has first to go out of the park. I ran towards the gate and, on my way, met Bernier and his wife, the gatekeepers, who had been attracted by the pistol reports and by our cries. In a few words I told them what had happened, and directed the concierge to join Monsieur Stangerson with all speed, while his wife came with me to open the park gate. 5 minutes later she and I were before the window of the Yellow Room. The moon was shining brightly and I saw clearly that no one had touched the window. Not only were the bars that protect it intact, but the blinds inside of them were drawn, as I had myself drawn them early in the evening, as I did every day, though Mademoiselle, knowing that I was tired from the heavy work I had been doing, had begged me not to trouble myself, but leave her to do it, and they were just as I had left them, fastened with an iron catch on the inside. The assassin, therefore, could not have passed either in or out that way, but neither could I get in. It was unfortunate enough to turn one's brain. The door of the room locked on the inside and the blinds on the only window also fastened on the inside, and Mademoiselle still calling for help. No. She had ceased to call. She was dead, perhaps. But I still heard her father, in the pavilion, trying to break down the door. With the concierge I hurried back to the pavilion. The door, in spite of the furious attempts of Monsieur Stangerson and Bernier to burst it open, was still holding firm. But at length, it gave way before our united efforts, and then what a sight met our eyes. I should tell you that, behind us, the concierge held the laboratory lamp, a powerful lamp that lit the whole chamber. I must also tell you, monsieur, that the Yellow Room is a very small room. Mademoiselle had furnished it with a fairly large iron bedstead, a small table, a night commode, a dressing table, and 2 chairs. By the light of the big lamp we saw all at a glance. Mademoiselle, in her nightdress, was lying on the floor in the midst of the greatest disorder. Tables and chairs had been overthrown, showing that there had been a violent struggle. Mademoiselle had certainly been dragged from her bed. She was covered with blood and had terrible marks of finger-nails on her throat, the flesh of her neck having been almost torn by the nails. From a wound on the right temple a stream of blood had run down and made a little pool on the floor. When Monsieur Stangerson saw his daughter in that state, he threw himself on his knees beside her, uttering a cry of despair. He ascertained that she still breathed. As to us, we searched for the wretch who had tried to kill our mistress, and I swear to you, monsieur, that, if we had found him, it would have gone hard with him. But how to explain that he was not there, that he had already escaped? It passes all imagination. Nobody under the bed, nobody behind the furniture. All that we discovered were traces, blood-stained marks of a man's large hand on the walls and on the door, a big handkerchief red with blood, without any initials, an old cap, and many fresh footmarks of a man on the floor, footmarks of a man with large feet, whose boot soles had left a sort of sooty impression. How had this man got away? How had he vanished? Don't forget, monsieur, that there is no chimney in the Yellow Room. He could not have escaped by the door, which is narrow, and on the threshold of which the concierge stood with the lamp, while her husband and I searched for him in every corner of the little room, where it is impossible for anyone to hide himself. The door, which had been forced open against the wall, could not conceal anything behind it, as we assured ourselves. By the window, still in every way secured, no flight had been possible. What then? I began to believe in the devil. But we discovered my revolver on the floor. Yes, my revolver. Oh, that brought me back to the reality. The devil would not have needed to steal my revolver to kill Mademoiselle. The man who had been there had first gone up to my attic and taken my revolver from the drawer where I kept it. We then ascertained, by counting the cartridges, that the assassin had fired 2 shots. It was fortunate for me that Monsieur Stangerson was in the laboratory when the affair took place and had seen with his own eyes that I was there with him. For otherwise, with this business of my revolver, I don't know where we should have been. I should now be under lock and bar. Justice wants no more to send a man to the scaffold. Quote. The editor of the Matin added to this interview the following lines. We have, without interrupting him, allowed Daddy Jacques to recount to us roughly all he knows about the crime of the Yellow Room. We have reproduced it in his own words, only sparing the reader the continual lamentations with which he garnished his narrative. It is quite understood, Daddy Jacques, quite understood, that you are very fond of your masters, and you want him to know it, and never cease repeating it, especially since the discovery of your revolver. It is your right, and we see no harm in it. We should have liked to put some further questions to Daddy Jacques, Louis Moustier, but the inquiry of the examining magistrate, which is being carried on at the chateau, makes it impossible for us to gain admission at the Glandier, and, as to the oak wood, it is guarded by a wide circle of policemen, who are jealously watching all traces that can lead to the pavilion, and that may perhaps lead to the discovery of the assassin. We have also wished to question the concierges, but they are invisible. Finally, we have waited in a roadside inn, not far from the gate of the chateau, for the departure of Monsieur de Marquet, the magistrate of Corbeil. At 5:30 we saw him and his clerk and, before he was able to enter his carriage, had an opportunity to ask him the following question. Can you, Monsieur de Marquet, give us any information as to this affair, without inconvenience to the course of your inquiry? It is impossible for us to do it, replied Monsieur de Marquet. I can only say that it is the strangest affair I have ever known. The more we think we know something, the further we are from knowing anything. We asked Monsieur de Marquet to be good enough to explain his last words, and this is what he said, the importance of which no one will fail to recognize. If nothing is added to the material facts so far established, I fear that the mystery which surrounds the abominable crime of which Mademoiselle Stangerson has been the victim will never be brought to light. But it is to be hoped, for the sake of our human reason, that the examination of the walls, and of the ceiling of the Yellow Room, an examination which I shall tomorrow entrust to the builder who constructed the pavilion 4 years ago, will afford us the proof that may not discourage us. For the problem is this. We know by what way the assassin gained admission. He entered by the door and hid himself under the bed, awaiting Mademoiselle Stangerson. But how did he leave? How did he escape? If no trap, no secret door, no hiding place, no opening of any sort is found. If the examination of the walls, even to the demolition of the pavilion, does not reveal any passage practicable, not only for a human being, but for any being whatsoever, if the ceiling shows no crack, if the floor hides no underground passage, one must really believe in the devil, as Daddy Jacques says. Quote, and the anonymous writer in the Matin added in this article, which I have selected as the most interesting of all those that were published on the subject of this affair, that the examining magistrate appeared to place a peculiar significance to the last sentence. One must really believe in the devil, as Jacques says. The article concluded with these lines, we wanted to know what Daddy Jacques meant by the cry of the Bête du Bon Dieu. The landlord of the Donjon Inn explained to us that it is the particularly sinister cry which is uttered sometimes at night by the cat of an old woman, Mother Anganou, as she is called in the country. Mother Anganou is a sort of saint, who lives in a hut in the heart of the forest, not far from the grotto of Saint Genevieve. The Yellow Room, the Bête du Bon Dieu, Mother Anganou, the Devil, Saint Genevieve, Daddy Jacques. Here is a well-entangled crime which the stroke of a pickaxe in the wall may disentangle for us tomorrow. Let us at least hope that, for the sake of our human reason, as the examining magistrate says. Meanwhile, it is expected that Mademoiselle Stangerson, who has not ceased to be delirious and only pronounces one word distinctly, murderer. Murderer, will not live through the night. In conclusion, and at a late hour, the same journal announced that the chief of the Sûreté had telegraphed to the famous detective, Frédéric Larsan, who had been sent to London for an affair of stolen securities, to return immediately to Paris. Chapter 2, in which Joseph Rouletabille appears for the first time. I remember as well as if it had occurred yesterday, the entry of young Rouletabille into my bedroom that morning. It was about 8 o'clock and I was still in bed reading the article in the Matin relative to the Glandier crime. But, before going further, it is time that I present my friend to the reader. I first knew Joseph Rouletabille when he was a young reporter. At that time I was a beginner at the bar and often met him in the corridors of examining magistrates, when I had gone to get a permit to communicate for the prison of Mazas, or for Saint Lazare. He had, as they say, a good nut. He seemed to have taken his head, round as a bullet, out of a box of marbles, and it is from that, I think, that his comrades of the press, all determined billiard players, had given him that nickname, which was to stick to him and be made illustrious by him. He was always as red as a tomato, now gay as a lark, now grave as a judge. How, while still so young, he was only 16.5 years old when I saw him for the first time, had he already won his way on the press? That was what everybody who came into contact with him might have asked, if they had not known his history. At the time of the affair of the woman cut in pieces in the Rue Oberskampf, another forgotten story, he had taken to one of the editors of the Epoch, a paper then rivaling the Matin, for information, the left foot, which was missing from the basket in which the gruesome remains were discovered. For this left foot the police had been vainly searching for a week, and young Rouletabille had found it in a drain where nobody had thought of looking for it. To do that he had dressed himself as an extra sewerman, one of a number engaged by the administration of the city of Paris, owing to an overflow of the Seine. When the editor-in-chief was in possession of the precious foot and informed as to the train of intelligent deductions the boy had been led to make, he was divided between the admiration he felt for such detective cunning in a brain of a lad of 16 years, and delight at being able to exhibit, in the morgue window of his paper, the left foot of the Rue Oberkampf. This foot, he cried, will make a great headline. Then, when he had confided the gruesome packet to the medical lawyer attached to the journal, he asked the lad, who was shortly to become famous as Rouletabille, what he would expect to earn as a general reporter on the Epoch. 200 francs a month, the youngster replied modestly, hardly able to breathe from surprise at the proposal. "You shall have 250, said the editor-in-chief. "Only you must tell everybody that you have been engaged on the paper for a month. Let it be quite understood that it was not you, but the Epoch, that discovered the left foot of the Rue Oberkampf. Here, my young friend, the man is nothing, the paper everything." Having said this, he begged the new reporter to retire, but before the youth had reached the door he called him back to ask his name. The other replied, "Joseph Josephine." "That's not a name," said the editor-in-chief, "but since you will not be required to sign what you write it is of no consequence." The boy-faced reporter speedily made himself many friends, for he was serviceable and gifted with a good humor that enchanted the most severe-tempered and disarmed the most zealous of his companions. At the bar cafe, where the reporters assembled before going to any of the courts, or to the prefecture, in search of their news of crime, he began to win a reputation as an unraveler of intricate and obscure affairs which found its way to the office of the chief of the Sûreté. When a case was worth the trouble and Rouletabille, he had already been given his nickname, had been started on the scent by his editor-in-chief, he often got the better of the most famous detective. It was at the bar cafe that I became intimately acquainted with him. Criminal lawyers and journalists are not enemies, the former need advertisement, the latter information. We chatted together, and I soon warmed towards him. His intelligence was so keen, and so original, and he had a quality of thought such as I have never found in any other person. Some time after this I was put in charge of the law news of the Cri du Boulevard. My entry into journalism could not but strengthen the ties which united me to Rouletabille. After a while, my new friend being allowed to carry out an idea of a judicial correspondence column, which he was allowed to sign, business, in the Epoch, I was often able to furnish him with the legal information of which he stood in need. Nearly 2 years passed in this way, and the better I knew him, the more I learned to love him, for, in spite of his careless extravagance, I had discovered in him what was, considering his age, an extraordinary seriousness of mind. Accustomed as I was to seeing him gay and, indeed, often too gay, I would many times find him plunged in the deepest melancholy. I tried then to question him as to the cause of this change of humor, but each time he laughed and made me no answer. One day, having questioned him about his parents, of whom he never spoke, he left me, pretending not to have heard what I said. While things were in this state between us, the famous case of the Yellow Room took place. It was this case which was to rank him as the leading newspaper reporter, and to obtain for him the reputation of being the greatest detective in the world. It should not surprise us to find in the one man the perfection of two such lines of activity if we remember that the daily press was already beginning to transform itself and to become what it is today, the Gazette of Crime. Morose-minded people may complain of this. For myself I regard it a matter for congratulation. We can never have too many arms, public or private, against the criminal. To this some people may answer that, by continually publishing the details of crimes, the press ends by encouraging their commission. But then, with some people we can never do right. Rouletabille, as I have said, entered my room that morning of the 26th of October, 1892. He was looking redder than usual, and his eyes were bulging out of his head, as the phrase is, and altogether he appeared to be in a state of extreme excitement. He waved the Maton with a trembling hand, and cried, "Well, my dear St. Clair, have you read it? The Glandier crime. Yes. The Yellow Room. What do you think of it? I think that it must have been the devil or the Bête du bon Dieu that committed the crime. Be serious. Well, I don't much believe in murderers who make their escape through walls of solid brick. I think Daddy Jacques did wrong to leave behind him the weapon with which the crime was committed and, as he occupied the attic immediately above Mademoiselle Stangerson's room, the builder's job ordered by the examining magistrate will give us the key of the enigma, and it will not be long before we learn by what natural trap, or by what secret door, the old fellow was able to slip in and out, and return immediately to the laboratory to Monsieur Stangerson, without his absence being noticed. That, of course, is only an hypothesis. Rouletabille sat down in an armchair, lit his pipe, which he was never without, smoked for a few minutes in silence, no doubt to calm the excitement which, visibly, dominated him, and then replied. "Young man," he said, in a tone the sad irony of which I will not attempt to render, "young man, you are a lawyer and I doubt not your ability to save the guilty from conviction. But if you were a magistrate on the bench, how easy it would be for you to condemn innocent persons. You are really gifted, young man." He continued to smoke energetically, and then went on. "No trap will be found, and the mystery of the Yellow Room will become more and more mysterious. That's why it interests me. The examining magistrate is right. Nothing stranger than this crime has ever been known. Have you any idea of the way by which the murderer escaped?" I asked. "None," replied Rouletabille, "none, for the present. But I have an idea as to the revolver. The murderer did not use it." "Good heavens! By whom, then, was it used?" "Why, by Mademoiselle Stangerson." "I don't understand, or rather, I have never understood," I said. Rouletabille shrugged his shoulders. "Is there nothing in this article in the Matin by which you were particularly struck?" "Nothing. I have found the whole of the story it tells equally strange." "Well, but, the locked door, with the key on the inside." "That's the only perfectly natural thing in the whole article." "Really? And the bolt?" "The bolt?" "Yes, the bolt, also inside the room, a still further protection against entry. Mademoiselle Stangerson took quite extraordinary precautions. It is clear to me that she feared someone. That was why she took such precautions, even Daddy Jacques' revolver, without telling him of it. No doubt she didn't wish to alarm anybody, and least of all, her father. What she dreaded took place, and she defended herself. There was a struggle, and she used the revolver skillfully enough to wound the assassin in the hand, which explains the impression on the wall and on the door of the large, blood-stained hand of the man who was searching for a means of exit from the chamber. But she didn't fire soon enough to avoid the terrible blow on the right temple. Then the wound on the temple was not done with the revolver. The paper doesn't say it was, and I don't think it was, because logically it appears to me that the revolver was used by Mademoiselle Stangerson against the assassin. Now, what weapon did the murderer use? The blow on the temple seems to show that the murderer wished to stun Mademoiselle Stangerson after he had unsuccessfully tried to strangle her. He must have known that the attic was inhabited by Daddy Jacques, and that was one of the reasons, I think, why he must have used a quiet weapon, a life-preserver, or a hammer. All that doesn't explain how the murderer got out of the Yellow Room, I observed. "Evidently," replied Rouletabille, rising, "and that is what has to be explained. I am going to the Château du Glandier, and have come to see whether you will go with me." "Yes, my boy, I want you. The Epoch has definitely entrusted this case to me, and I must clear it up as quickly as possible. But in what way can I be of any use to you?" "Monsieur Robert Darzac is at the Château du Glandier." "That's true. His despair must be boundless. I must have a talk with him." Rouletabille said it in a tone that surprised me. "Is it because you think there is something to be got out of him?" I asked. "Yes." That was all he would say. He retired to my sitting room, begging me to dress quickly. I knew Monsieur Robert Darzac from having been of great service to him in a civil action, while I was acting as secretary to Maître Barbot Delatour. Monsieur Robert Darzac, who was at that time about 40 years of age, was a professor of physics at the Sorbonne. He was intimately acquainted with the Stangersons, and, after an assiduous 7 years' courtship of the daughter, had been on the point of marrying her. In spite of the fact that she has become, as the phrase goes, a person of a certain age, she was still remarkably good-looking. While I was dressing, I called out to Rouletabille, who was impatiently moving about my sitting room. "Have you any idea as to the murderer's station in life?" "Yes," he replied. "I think if he isn't a man in society, he is, at least, a man belonging to the upper class. But that, again, is only an impression. What has led you to form it?" "Well, the greasy cap, the common handkerchief, and the marks of the rough boots on the floor," he replied. "I understand," I said. "Murderers don't leave traces behind them which tell the truth." "We shall make something out of you yet, my dear Sainclair," concluded Rouletabille. Chapter 3. A man has passed like a shadow through the blinds. Half an hour later, Rouletabille and I were on the platform of the Orléans station, awaiting the departure of the train which was to take us to Épinay-sur-Orge. On the platform we found Monsieur de Marquet and his registrar, who represented the judicial court of Corbeil. Monsieur de Marquet had spent the night in Paris, assisting in the final rehearsal, at the Scala, of a little play of which he was the unknown author, signing himself simply, Castigat Ridendo. Monsieur Marquet was beginning to be a noble old gentleman. Generally he was extremely polite and full of gay humor, and in all his life had had but one passion, that of dramatic art. Throughout his magisterial career he was interested solely in cases capable of furnishing him with something in the nature of a drama. Though he might very well have aspired to the highest judicial positions, he had never really worked for anything but to win a success at the romantic Porte Saint-Martin, or at the sombre Odeon. Because of the mystery which shrouded it, the case of The Yellow Room was certain to fascinate so theatrical a mind. It interested him enormously, and he threw himself into it, less as a magistrate eager to know the truth, than as an amateur of dramatic embroglios, tending wholly to mystery and intrigue, who dreads nothing so much as the explanatory final act. So that, at the moment of meeting him, I heard Monsieur de Marquet say to the registrar with a sigh, "I hope, my dear Monsieur Méline, this builder with his pickaxe will not destroy so fine a mystery." "Have no fear," replied Monsieur Méline, "his pickaxe may demolish the pavilion, perhaps, but it will leave our case intact. I have sounded the walls and examined the ceiling and floor, and I know all about it. I am not to be deceived." Having thus reassured his chief, Monsieur Méline, with a discreet movement of the head, drew Monsieur de Marquet's attention to us. The face of that gentleman clouded, and, as he saw Rouletabille approaching, hat in hand, he sprang into one of the empty carriages, saying, half aloud to his registrar, as he did so, above all, no journalists. Monsieur Moline replied in the same tone, "I understand," and then tried to prevent Rouletabille from entering the same compartment with the examining magistrate. "Excuse me, gentlemen, this compartment is reserved. I am a journalist, monsieur, engaged on the Epoque," said my young friend with a great show of gesture and politeness, "and I have a word or two to say to Monsieur de Marquet. Monsieur is very much engaged with the inquiry he has in hand." "Ah, his inquiry, pray believe me, is absolutely a matter of indifference to me. I am no scavenger of odds and ends," he went on, with infinite contempt in his lower lip. "I am a theatrical reporter, and this evening I shall have to give a little account of the play at the Scala." "Get in, sir, please," said the registrar. Rouletabille was already in the compartment. I went in after him and seated myself by his side. The registrar followed and closed the carriage door. Monsieur de Marquet looked at him. "Ah, sir," Rouletabille began, "you must not be angry with Monsieur de Moline. It is not with Monsieur de Marquet that I desire to have the honor of speaking, but with Monsieur Castigat-Ridendo. Permit me to congratulate you, personally, as well as the writer for the Epoque," and Rouletabille, having first introduced me, introduced himself. Monsieur de Marquet, with a nervous gesture, caressed his beard into a point, and explained to Rouletabille, in a few words, that he was too modest an author to desire that the veil of his pseudonym should be publicly raised, and that he hoped the enthusiasm of the journalist for the dramatist's work would not lead him to tell the public that Monsieur Castigat-Ridendo and the examining magistrate of Corbeil were one and the same person. "The work of the dramatic author may interfere," he said, after a slight hesitation, "with that of the magistrate, especially in a province where one's labors are little more than routine." "Oh, you may rely on my discretion," cried Rouletabille. The train was in motion. "We have started," said the examining magistrate, surprised at seeing us still in the carriage. "Yes, monsieur, truth has started," said Rouletabille, smiling amiably, "on its way to the Château du Glandier. A fine case, Monsieur de Marquet, a fine case. An obscure, incredible, unfathomable, inexplicable affair, and there is only one thing I fear, Monsieur Rouletabille, that the journalists will be trying to explain it." My friend felt this a rap on his knuckles. "Yes," he said simply, "that is to be feared. They meddle in everything. As for my interest, monsieur, I only referred to it by mere chance, the mere chance of finding myself in the same train with you, and in the same compartment of the same carriage." "Where are you going, then?" asked Monsieur de Marquet. "To the Château du Glandier," replied Rouletabille, without turning. "You'll not get in, Monsieur Rouletabille." "Will you prevent me?" said my friend, already prepared to fight. "Not I. I like the press and journalists too well to be in any way disagreeable to them. But Monsieur Stangerson has given orders for his door to be closed against everybody, and it is well guarded. Not a journalist was able to pass through the gate of the Glandier yesterday." Monsieur de Marquet compressed his lips and seemed ready to relapse into obstinate silence. He only relaxed a little when Rouletabille no longer left him in ignorance of the fact that we were going to the Glandier for the purpose of shaking hands with an old and intimate friend, Monsieur Robert Darzac, a man whom Rouletabille had perhaps seen once in his life. "Poor Robert," continued the young reporter, "this dreadful affair may be his death. He is so deeply in love with Mademoiselle Stangerson. His sufferings are truly painful to witness, escaped like a regret from the lips of Monsieur de Marquet. But it is to be hoped that Mademoiselle Stangerson's life will be saved. Let us hope so. Her father told me yesterday that, if she does not recover, it will not be long before he joins her in the grave. What an incalculable loss to science his death would be. The wound on her temple is serious, is it not? Evidently, but, by a wonderful chance, it has not proved mortal. The blow was given with great force. Then it was not with the revolver she was wounded, said Rouletabille, glancing at me in triumph. Monsieur de Marquet appeared greatly embarrassed. I didn't say anything. I don't want to say anything. I will not say anything, he said. And he turned towards his registrar as if he no longer knew us. But Rouletabille was not to be so easily shaken off. He moved nearer to the examining magistrate and, drawing a copy of the Matin from his pocket, he showed it to him and said, "There is one thing, monsieur, which I may inquire of you without committing an indiscretion. You have, of course, seen the account given in the Matin. It is absurd, is it not?" "Not in the slightest, monsieur." "What? The Yellow Room has but one barred window, the bars of which have not been moved, and only one door, which had to be broken open, and the assassin was not found." "That's monsieur, that's so. That's how the matter stands." Rouletabille said no more but plunged into thought. A quarter of an hour thus passed. Coming back to himself again, he said, addressing the magistrate, "How did Mademoiselle Stangerson wear her hair on that evening?" "I don't know," replied Monsieur de Marquet. "That's a very important point," said Rouletabille. "Her hair was done up in bands, wasn't it? I feel sure that on that evening, the evening of the crime, she had her hair arranged in bands." "Then you are mistaken, Monsieur Rouletabille," replied the magistrate. "Mademoiselle Stangerson that evening had her hair drawn up in a knot on the top of her head, her usual way of arranging it, her forehead completely uncovered. I can assure you, for we have carefully examined the wound. There was no blood on the hair, and the arrangement of it has not been disturbed since the crime was committed." You are sure that, on the night of the crime, she had not her hair in bands?" "Quite sure," the magistrate continued, smiling, "because I remember the doctor saying to me, while he was examining the wound, 'It is a great pity Mademoiselle Stangerson was in the habit of drawing her hair back from her forehead. If she had worn it in bands, the blow she received on the temple would have been weakened. It seems strange to me that you should attach so much importance to this point." "Oh, if she had not her hair in bands, I give it up," said Rouletabille, with a despairing gesture. "And was the wound on her temple a bad one?" he asked presently. "Terrible. With what weapon was it made?" "That is a secret of the investigation." "Have you found the weapon, whatever it was?" The magistrate did not answer. "And the wound in the throat?" Here the examining magistrate readily confirmed the decision of the doctor that, if the murderer had pressed her throat a few seconds longer, Mademoiselle Stangerson would have died of strangulation. "The affair as reported in the Matin," said Rouletabille eagerly, "seems to me more and more inexplicable. Can you tell me, monsieur, how many openings there are in the pavilion?" "I mean doors and windows." "There are 5, replied Monsieur de Marquet, after having coughed once or twice, but no longer resisting the desire he felt to talk of the whole of the incredible mystery of the affair he was investigating. "There are 5, of which the door of the vestibule is the only entrance to the pavilion, a door always automatically closed, which cannot be opened, either from the outer or inside, except with the two special keys which are never out of the possession of either Daddy Jacques or Monsieur Stangerson. Mademoiselle Stangerson had no need for one, since Daddy Jacques lodged in the pavilion and because, during the daytime, she never left her father. When they, all four, rushed into the Yellow Room, after breaking open the door of the laboratory, the door in the vestibule remained closed as usual and, of the two keys for opening it, Daddy Jacques had one in his pocket, and Monsieur Stangerson the other. As to the windows of the pavilion, there are four. The one window of the Yellow Room and those of the laboratory looking out onto the country, the window in the vestibule looking into the park. It is by that window that he escaped from the pavilion, cried Rouletabille. How do you know that? Demanded Monsieur de Marquet, fixing a strange look on my young friend. We'll see later how he got away from the Yellow Room, replied Rouletabille, but he must have left the pavilion by the vestibule window. Once more, how do you know that? How? Oh, the thing is simple enough. As soon as he found he could not escape by the door of the pavilion, his only way out was by the window in the vestibule, unless he could pass through a grated window. The window of the Yellow Room is secured by iron bars, because it looks out upon the open country. The two windows of the laboratory have to be protected in like manner for the same reason. As the murderer got away, I conceive that he found a window that was not barred, that of the vestibule, which opens onto the park, that is to say, into the interior of the estate. There's not much magic in all that. Yes, said Monsieur de Marquet, but what you have not guessed is that this single window in the vestibule, though it has no iron bars, has solid iron blinds. Now these iron blinds have remained fastened by their iron latch, and yet we have proof that the murderer made his escape from the pavilion by that window. Traces of blood on the inside wall and on the blinds as well as on the floor, and footmarks, of which I have taken the measurements, attest the fact that the murderer made his escape that way. But then, how did he do it, seeing that the blinds remained fastened on the inside? He passed through them like a shadow. But what is more bewildering than all is that it is impossible to form any idea as to how the murderer got out of the Yellow Room, or how he got across the laboratory to reach the vestibule. Ah, yes, Monsieur Rouletabille, it is altogether, as you said, a fine case, the key to which will not be discovered for a long time, I hope. You hope, monsieur. Monsieur de Marquet corrected himself. I do not hope so, I think so. Could that window have been closed and refastened after the flight of the assassin? Asked Rouletabille. That is what occurred to me for a moment, but it would imply an accomplice or accomplices, and I don't see. After a short silence he added, Ah, if Mademoiselle Stangerson were only well enough today to allow of her being questioned. Rouletabille, following up his thought, asked, And the attic? There must be some opening to that. Yes, there is a window, or rather skylight, in it, which, as it looks out towards the country, Monsieur Stangerson has had barred, like the rest of the windows. These bars, as in the other windows, have remained intact, and the blinds, which naturally open inwards, have not been unfastened. For the rest, we have not discovered anything to lead us to suspect that the murderer had passed through the attic. It seems clear to you, then, monsieur, that the murderer escaped, nobody knows how, by the window in the vestibule. Everything goes to prove it. I think so, too, confessed Rouletabille gravely. After a brief silence, he continued. If you have not found any traces of the murderer in the attic, such as the dirty footmarks similar to those on the floor of the Yellow Room, you must come to the conclusion that it was not he who stole Daddy Jacques' revolver. There are no footmarks in the attic other than those of Daddy Jacques himself, said the magistrate with a significant turn of his head. Then, after an apparent decision, he added, Daddy Jacques was with Monsieur Stangerson in the laboratory, and it was lucky for him he was. Then what part did his revolver play in the tragedy? It seems very clear that this weapon did less harm to Mademoiselle Stangerson than it did to the murderer. The magistrate made no reply to this question, which doubtless embarrassed him. Monsieur Stangerson, he said, tells us that the 2 bullets have been found in the Yellow Room, one embedded in the wall stained with the impression of a red hand, a man's large hand, and the other in the ceiling. Oh, in the ceiling, muttered Rouletabille. In the ceiling, that's very curious. In the ceiling. He puffed a while in silence at his pipe, enveloping himself in the smoke. When we reached Savigny-sur-Orge, I had to tap him on the shoulder to arouse him from his dream and come out onto the platform of the station. There the magistrate and his registrar bowed to us, and, by rapidly getting into a cab that was awaiting him, made us understand that they had seen enough of us. How long will it take to walk to the Château du Glandier? Rouletabille asked one of the railway porters. An hour and a half or an hour and 3/4, easy walking, the man replied. Rouletabille looked up at the sky and, no doubt, finding its appearance satisfactory, took my arm and said, Come on, I need a walk. Are things getting less entangled? I asked. Not a bit of it, he said, more entangled than ever. It's true, I have an idea. What's that? I asked. I can't tell you what it is just at present. It's an idea involving the life or death of 2 persons at least. Do you think there were accomplices? I don't think it. We fell into silence. Presently he went on. It was a bit of luck, our falling in with that examining magistrate and his registrar, eh? What did I tell you about that revolver? His head was bent down, he had his hands in his pockets, and he was whistling. After a while I heard him murmur, Poor woman. Is it Mademoiselle Stangerson you are pitying? Yes, she's a noble woman and worthy of being pitied. A woman of a very great character, I imagine. You know her then? Not at all. I have never seen her but once. Why, then, do you say that she is a woman of great character? Because she bravely faced the murderer, because she courageously defended herself, and, above all, because of the bullet in the ceiling. I looked at Rouletabille and inwardly wondered whether he was not mocking me, or whether he had not suddenly gone out of his senses. But I saw that he had never been less inclined to laugh, and the brightness of his keenly intelligent eyes assured me that he retained all his reason. Then, too, I was used to his broken way of talking, which only left me puzzled as to his meaning, till, with a very few clear, rapidly uttered words, he would make the drift of his ideas clear to me, and I saw that what he had previously said, and which had appeared to me void of meaning, was so thoroughly logical that I could not understand how it was I had not understood him sooner. Chapter 4. In the Bosom of Wild Nature. The Château du Glandier is one of the oldest chateaux in the Île-de-France, where so many building remains of the feudal period are still standing. Built originally in the heart of the forest, in the reign of Philippe le Bel, it now could be seen a few hundred yards from the road leading from the village of Sainte Geneviève to Montlhéry. A mass of inharmonious structures, it is dominated by a donjon. When the visitor has mounted the crumbling steps of this ancient donjon, he reaches a little plateau where, in the 17th century, Georges Philibert de Sacchini, lord of the Glandier, Maison Neuves and other places, built the existing town in an abominably Rococo style of architecture. It was in this place, seemingly belonging entirely to the past, that Professor Stangerson and his daughter installed themselves to lay the foundations for the science of the future. Its solitude, in the depths of woods, was what, more than all, had pleased them. They would have none to witness their labors and intrude on their hopes, but the aged stones and grand old oaks. The Glandier, ancient Glandierum, was so called from the quantity of glands, acorns, which, in all times, had been gathered in that neighborhood. This land, of present mournful interest, had fallen back, owing to the negligence or abandonment of its owners, into the wild character of primitive nature. The buildings alone, which were hidden there, had preserved traces of their strange metamorphoses. Every age had left on them its imprint, a bit of architecture with which was bound up the remembrance of some terrible event, some bloody adventure. Such was the chateau in which science had taken refuge, a place seemingly designed to be the theatre of mysteries, terror, and death. Having explained so far, I cannot refrain from making one further reflection. If I have lingered a little over this description of the Glandier, it is not because I have reached the right moment for creating the necessary atmosphere for the unfolding of the tragedy before the eyes of the reader. Indeed, in all this matter, my first care will be to be as simple as is possible. I have no ambition to be an author. An author is always something of a romancer, and God knows, the mystery of The Yellow Room is quite full enough of real tragic horror to require no aid from literary effects. I am, and only desire to be, a faithful reporter. My duty is to report the event, and I place the event in its frame, that is all. It is only natural that you should know where the things happened. I return to Monsieur Stangerson. When he bought the estate, 15 years before the tragedy with which we are engaged occurred, the Château du Glandier had for a long time been unoccupied. Another old chateau in the neighborhood, built in the 14th century by Jean de Belmont, was also abandoned, so that that part of the country was very little inhabited. Some small houses on the side of the road leading to Corbeil, an inn, called the Auberge du Donjon, which offered passing hospitality to wagoners. These were about all to represent civilization in this out-of-the-way part of the country, but a few leagues from the capital. But this deserted condition of the place had been the determining reason for the choice made by Monsieur Stangerson and his daughter. Monsieur Stangerson was already celebrated. He had returned from America, where his works had made a great stir. The book which he had published at Philadelphia, on the dissociation of matter by electric action, had aroused opposition throughout the whole scientific world. Monsieur Stangerson was a Frenchman, but of American origin. Important matters relating to a legacy had kept him for several years in the United States, where he had continued the work begun by him in France, whither he had returned in possession of a large fortune. This fortune was a great boon to him, for, though he might have made millions of dollars by exploiting 2 or 3 of his chemical discoveries relative to new processes of dyeing, it was always repugnant to him to use for his own private gain the wonderful gift of invention he had received from nature. He considered he owed it to mankind, and all that his genius brought into the world went, by this philosophical view of his duty, into the public lap. If he did not try to conceal his satisfaction at coming into possession of this fortune, which enabled him to give himself up to his passion for pure science, he had equally to rejoice, it seemed to him, for another cause. Mademoiselle Stangerson was, at the time when her father returned from America and bought the Glandier estate, 20 years of age. She was exceedingly pretty, having at once the Parisian grace of her mother, who had died in giving her birth, and all the splendor, all the riches of the young American blood of her parental grandfather, William Stangerson. A citizen of Philadelphia, William Stangerson had been obliged to become naturalized in obedience to family exigencies at the time of his marriage with a French lady, she who was to be the mother of the illustrious Stangerson. In that way the professor's French nationality is accounted for. 20 years of age, a charming blonde, with blue eyes, milk-white complexion, and radiant with divine health, Mathilde Stangerson was one of the most beautiful marriageable girls in either the Old or the New World. It was her father's duty, in spite of the inevitable pain which a separation from her would cause him, to think of her marriage, and he was fully prepared for it. Nevertheless, he buried himself and his child at the Glandier at the moment when his friends were expecting him to bring her out into society. Some of them expressed their astonishment, and to their questions he answered, "It is my daughter's wish. I can refuse her nothing. She has chosen the Glandier." Interrogated in her turn, the young girl replied calmly, "Where could we work better than in this solitude?" For Mademoiselle Stangerson had already begun to collaborate with her father in his work. It could not at the time be imagined that her passion for science would lead her so far as to refuse all the suitors who presented themselves to her for over 15 years. So secluded was the life led by the two, father and daughter, that they showed themselves only at a few official receptions and, at certain times in the year, in 2 or 3 friendly drawing rooms, where the fame of the professor and the beauty of Mathilde made a sensation. The young girl's extreme reserve did not at first discourage suitors, but at the end of a few years, they tired of their quest. One alone persisted with tender tenacity and deserved the name of eternal fiancé, a name he accepted with melancholy resignation. That was Monsieur Robert Darzac. Mademoiselle Stangerson was now no longer young, and it seemed that, having found no reason for marrying at 35, she would never find one. But such an argument evidently found no acceptance with Monsieur Robert Darzac. He continued to pay his court, if the delicate and tender attention with which he ceaselessly surrounded this woman of 35 could be called courtship, in face of her declared intention never to marry. Suddenly, some weeks before the events with which we are occupied, a report, to which nobody attached any importance, so incredible did it sound, was spread about Paris, that Mademoiselle Stangerson had at last consented to crown the inextinguishable flame of Monsieur Robert Darzac. It needed that Monsieur Robert Darzac himself should not deny this matrimonial rumor to give it an appearance of truth, so unlikely did it seem to be well-founded. One day, however, Monsieur Stangerson, as he was leaving the Academy of Science, announced that the marriage of his daughter and Monsieur Robert Darzac would be celebrated in the privacy of the Château du Glandier, as soon as he and his daughter had put the finishing touches to their report summing up their labors on the dissociation of matter. The new household would install itself in the Glandier, and the son-in-law would lend his assistance in the work to which the father and daughter had dedicated their lives. The scientific world had barely had time to recover from the effect of this news, when it learned of the attempted assassination of Mademoiselle under the extraordinary conditions which we have detailed and which our visit to the château was to enable us to ascertain with yet greater precision. I have not hesitated to furnish the reader with all these retrospective details, known to me through my business relations with Monsieur Robert Darzac. On crossing the threshold of the Yellow Room, he was as well posted as I was. Chapter 5. In which Joseph Rouletabille makes a remark to Monsieur Robert Darzac which produces its little effect. Rouletabille and I had been walking for several minutes, by the side of a long wall bounding the vast property of Monsieur Stangerson, and had already come within sight of the entrance gate, when our attention was drawn to an individual who, half bent to the ground, seemed to be so completely absorbed in what he was doing as not to have seen us coming towards him. At one time he stooped so low as almost to touch the ground. At another he drew himself up and attentively examined the wall. Then he looked into the palm of one of his hands, and walked away with rapid strides. Finally he set off running, still looking into the palm of his hand. Rouletabille had brought me to a standstill by a gesture. "Hush, Frederic Larsan is at work. Don't let us disturb him." Rouletabille had a great admiration for the celebrated detective. I had never before seen him, but I knew him well by reputation. At that time, before Rouletabille had given proof of his unique talent, Larsan was reputed as the most skillful unraveler of the most mysterious and complicated crimes. His reputation was worldwide, and the police of London, and even of America, often called him in to their aid when their own national inspectors and detectives found themselves at the end of their wits and resources. No one was astonished, then, that the head of the Sûreté had, at the outset of the mystery of the Yellow Room, telegraphed his precious subordinate to London, where he had been sent on a big case of stolen securities, to return with all haste. Frederic, who, at the Sûreté, was called the Great Frederic, had made all speed, doubtless knowing by experience that, if he was interrupted in what he was doing, it was because his services were urgently needed in another direction. So, as Rouletabille said, he was that morning already at work. We soon found out in what it consisted. What he was continually looking at in the palm of his right hand was nothing but his watch, the minute hand of which he appeared to be noting intently. Then he turned back, still running, stopping only when he reached the park gate, where he again consulted his watch and then put it away in his pocket, shrugging his shoulders with a gesture of discouragement. He pushed open the park gate, reclosed and locked it, raised his head and, through the bars, perceived us. Rouletabille rushed after him, and I followed. Frederic Larsan waited for us. "Monsieur Fred," said Rouletabille, raising his hat and showing the profound respect, based on admiration, which the young reporter felt for the celebrated detective, "can you tell me whether Monsieur Robert Darzac is at the chateau at this moment? Here is one of his friends, of the Paris bar, who desires to speak with him." "I really don't know, Monsieur Rouletabille," replied Fred, shaking hands with my friend, whom he had several times met in the course of his difficult investigations. "I have not seen him." "The concierges will be able to inform us, no doubt," said Rouletabille, pointing to the lodge, the door and windows of which were close shut. "The concierges will not be able to give you any information, Monsieur Rouletabille." "Why not?" "Because they were arrested half an hour ago." "Arrested?" cried Rouletabille. "Then they are the murderers." Frederic Larsan shrugged his shoulders. "When you can't arrest the real murderer," he said with an air of supreme irony, "you can always indulge in the luxury of discovering accomplices." "Did you have them arrested, Monsieur Fred?" "Not I. I haven't had him arrested. In the first place, I am pretty sure that they have not had anything to do with the affair, and then because—" "Because of what?" asked Rouletabille eagerly. "Because of nothing," said Larsan, shaking his head. "Because there were no accomplices, said Rouletabille. Aha! You have an idea, then, about this matter, said Larsan, looking at Rouletabille intently. Yet you have seen nothing, young man, you have not yet gained admission here. I shall get admission. I doubt it, the orders are strict. I shall gain admission, if you let me see Monsieur Robert Darzac. Do that for me, you know we are old friends. I beg of you, Monsieur Fred. Do you remember the article one wrote about you on the gold bar case? The face of Rouletabille at the moment was really funny to look at. It showed such an irresistible desire to cross the threshold beyond which some prodigious mystery had occurred. It appealed with so much eloquence, not only of the mouth and eyes, but with all its features, that I could not refrain from bursting into laughter. Frederic Larsan, no more than myself, could retain his gravity. Meanwhile, standing on the other side of the gate, he calmly put the key in his pocket. I closely scrutinized him. He might be about 50 years of age. He had a fine head, his hair turning grey, a colorless complexion, and a firm profile. His forehead was prominent, his chin and cheeks clean-shaven. His upper lip, without moustache, was finely chiseled. His eyes were rather small and round, with a look in them that was at once searching and disquieting. He was of middle height and well built, with a general bearing elegant and gentlemanly. There was nothing about him of the vulgar policeman. In his way, he was an artist, and one felt that he had a high opinion of himself. The skeptical tone of his conversation was that of a man who had been taught by experience. His strange profession had brought him into contact with so many crimes and villainies that it would have been remarkable if his nature had not been a little hardened. Larsan turned his head at the sound of a vehicle which had come from the chateau and reached the gate behind him. We recognized the cab which had conveyed the examining magistrate and his registrar from the station at Epinay. "Ah," said Frederic Larsan, "if you want to speak with Monsieur Robert Darzac, he is here." The cab was already at the park gate and Robert Darzac was begging Frederic Larsan to open it for him, explaining that he was pressed for time to catch the next train leaving Epinay for Paris. Then he recognized me. While Larsan was unlocking the gate, Monsieur Darzac inquired what had brought me to the Glandier at such a tragic moment. I noticed that he was frightfully pale, and that his face was lined as if from the effects of some terrible suffering. "Is Mademoiselle getting better?" I immediately asked. "Yes," he said, "she will be saved perhaps. She must be saved." He did not add, "or it will be my death," but I felt that the phrase trembled on his pale lips. Rouletabille intervened. "You are in a hurry, monsieur, but I must speak with you. I have something of the greatest importance to tell you." Frederic Larsan interrupted. "May I leave you?" he asked of Robert Darzac. "Have you a key, or do you wish me to give you this one?" "Thank you, I have a key and will lock the gate." Larsan hurried off in the direction of the chateau, the imposing pile of which could be perceived a few hundred yards away. Robert Darzac, with knit brow, was beginning to show impatience. I presented Rouletabille as a good friend of mine, but, as soon as he learnt that the young man was a journalist, he looked at me very reproachfully, excused himself, under the necessity of having to reach Epinay in 20 minutes, bowed, and whipped up his horse. But Rouletabille had seized the bridle and, to my utter astonishment, stopped the carriage with a vigorous hand. Then he gave utterance to a sentence which was utterly meaningless to me. "The presbytery has lost nothing of its charm, nor the garden its brightness." The words had hardly left the lips of Rouletabille than I saw Robert Darzac quail. Pale as he was, he became paler. His eyes were fixed on the young man in terror, and he immediately descended from the vehicle in an inexpressible state of agitation. "Come in," he stammered. Then, suddenly, and with a sort of fury, he repeated, "Let us go, monsieur." He turned up by the road he had come from the chateau, Rouletabille still retaining his hold on the horse's bridle. I addressed a few words to Monsieur Darzac, but he made no answer. My looks questioned Rouletabille, but his gaze was elsewhere. Chapter 6. In the heart of the oak grove. We reached the chateau, and, as we approached it, saw 4 gendarmes pacing in front of a little door in the ground floor of the donjon. We soon learned that in this ground floor, which had formerly served as a prison, Monsieur and Madame Bernier, the concierges, were confined. Monsieur Robert Darzac led us into the modern part of the chateau by a large door, protected by a projecting awning, marquise, as it is called. Rouletabille, who had resigned the horse and the cab to the care of a servant, never took his eyes off Monsieur Darzac. I followed his look and perceived that it was directed solely towards the gloved hands of the Sorbonne professor. When we were in a tiny sitting room fitted with old furniture, Monsieur Darzac turned to Rouletabille and said sharply, "What do you want?" The reporter answered in an equally sharp tone, "To shake you by the hand." Darzac shrank back. What does that mean? Evidently he understood, what I also understood, that my friend suspected him of the abominable attempt on the life of Mademoiselle Stangerson. The impression of the blood-stained hand on the walls of the Yellow Room was in his mind. I looked at the man closely. His haughty face, with its expression ordinarily so straightforward, was at this moment strangely troubled. He held out his right hand and, referring to me, said, "As you are a friend of Monsieur Sainclair, who has rendered me invaluable services in a just cause, Monsieur, I see no reason for refusing you my hand." Rouletabille did not take the extended hand. Lying with the utmost audacity, he said, "Monsieur, I have lived several years in Russia, where I have acquired the habit of never taking any but an ungloved hand. I thought that the Sorbonne professor would express his anger openly, but, on the contrary, by a visibly violent effort, he calmed himself, took off his gloves, and showed his hands. They were unmarked by any cicatrice. Are you satisfied?" "No," replied Rouletabille. "My dear friend," he said, turning to me, "I am obliged to ask you to leave us alone for a moment." I bowed and retired, stupefied by what I had seen and heard. I could not understand why Monsieur Robert Darzac had not already shown the door to my impertinent, insulting, and stupid friend. I was angry myself with Rouletabille at that moment, for his suspicions, which had led to this scene of the gloves. For some 20 minutes I walked about in front of the chateau, trying vainly to link together the different events of the day. What was in Rouletabille's mind? Was it possible that he thought Monsieur Robert Darzac to be the murderer? How could it be thought that this man, who was to have married Mademoiselle Stangerson in the course of a few days, had introduced himself into the Yellow Room to assassinate his fiancée? I could find no explanation as to how the murderer had been able to leave the Yellow Room, and so long as that mystery, which appeared to me so inexplicable, remained unexplained, I thought it was the duty of all of us to refrain from suspecting anybody. But, then, that seemingly senseless phrase, "The presbytery has lost nothing of its charm, nor the garden its brightness," still rung in my ears. What did it mean? I was eager to rejoin Rouletabille and question him. At that moment the young man came out of the chateau in the company of Monsieur Robert Darzac, and, extraordinary to relate, I saw, at a glance, that they were the best of friends. "We are going to the Yellow Room. Come with us," Rouletabille said to me. "You know, my dear boy, I am going to keep you with me all day. We'll breakfast together somewhere about here." "You'll breakfast with me, here, gentlemen?" "No, thanks," replied the young man. "We shall breakfast at the Donjon Inn. You'll fare very badly there. You'll not find anything." "Do you think so? Well, I hope to find something there," replied Rouletabille. "After breakfast, we'll set to work again. I'll write my article, and if you'll be so good as to take it to the office for me." "Won't you come back with me to Paris?" "No. I shall remain here." I turned towards Rouletabille. He spoke quite seriously, and Monsieur Robert Darzac did not appear to be in the least degree surprised. We were passing by the donjon and heard wailing voices. Rouletabille asked, "Why have these people been arrested?" "It is a little my fault," said Monsieur Darzac. "I happened to remark to the examining magistrate yesterday that it was inexplicable that the concierges had had time to hear the revolver shots, to dress themselves, and to cover so great a distance as that which lies between their lodge and the pavilion, in the space of 2 minutes, for not more than that interval of time had elapsed after the firing of the shots when they were met by Daddy Jacques." "That was suspicious evidently," acquiesced Rouletabille. "And were they dressed?" "That is what is so incredible. They were dressed, completely, not one part of their costume wanting. The woman wore sabots, but the man had on laced boots. Now they assert that they went to bed at 9:30. On arriving this morning, the examining magistrate brought with him from Paris a revolver of the same caliber as that found in the room, for he couldn't use the one held for evidence, and made his registrar fire 2 shots in the Yellow Room, while the doors and windows were closed. We were with him in the lodge of the concierges, and yet we heard nothing, not a sound. The concierges have lied, of that there can be no doubt. They must have been already waiting, not far from the pavilion, waiting for something. Certainly they are not to be accused of being the authors of the crime, but their complicity is not improbable. That was why Monsieur de Marquet had him arrested at once. If they had been accomplices, said Rouletabille, they would not have been there at all. When people throw themselves into the arms of justice with the proofs of complicity on them, you can be sure they are not accomplices. I don't believe there are any accomplices in this affair. Then, why were they abroad at midnight? Why don't they say? They have certainly some reason for their silence. What that reason is, has to be found out, for, even if they are not accomplices, it may be of importance. Everything that took place on such a night is important. We had crossed an old bridge thrown over the Douve and were entering the part of the park called the Oak Grove. The oaks here were centuries old. Autumn had already shriveled their tawny leaves, and their high branches, black and contorted, looked like horrid heads of hair, mingled with quaint reptiles such as the ancient sculptors have made on the head of Medusa. This place, which Mademoiselle found cheerful and in which she lived in the summer season, appeared to us as sad and funereal now. The soil was black and muddy from the recent rains and the rotting of the fallen leaves. The trunks of the trees were black and the sky above us was now, as if in mourning, charged with great, heavy clouds. And it was in this sombre and desolate retreat that we saw the white walls of the pavilion as we approached. A queer-looking building without a window visible on the side by which we neared it. A little door alone marked the entrance to it. It might have passed for a tomb, a vast mausoleum in the midst of a thick forest. As we came nearer, we were able to make out its disposition. The building obtained all the light it needed from the south, that is to say, from the open country. The little door closed on the park. Monsieur and Mademoiselle Stangerson must have found it an ideal seclusion for their work and their dreams. Here is the ground plan of the pavilion. It had a ground floor which was reached by a few steps, and above it was an attic, with which we need not concern ourselves. The plan of the ground floor only, sketched roughly, is what I here submit to the reader. 1. The yellow room, with its one window and its one door opening into the laboratory. 2. Laboratory, with its two large, barred windows and its doors, one serving for the vestibule, the other for the yellow room. 3. Vestibule, with its unbarred window and door opening into the park. 4. Lavatory. 5. Stairs leading to the attic. 6. Large and the only chimney in the pavilion, serving for the experiments of the laboratory. The plan was drawn by Rouletabille, and I assured myself that there was not a line in it that was wanting to help to the solution of the problem then set before the police. With the lines of this plan and the description of its parts before them, my readers will know as much as Rouletabille knew when he entered the pavilion for the first time. With him they may now ask, how did the murderer escape from the yellow room? Before mounting the 3 steps leading up to the door of the pavilion, Rouletabille stopped and asked Monsieur Darzac point blank. What was the motive for the crime? Speaking for myself, Monsieur, there can be no doubt on the matter, said Mademoiselle Stangerson's fiancé, greatly distressed. The marks of the fingers, the deep scratches on the chest and throat of Mademoiselle Stangerson show that the wretch who attacked her attempted to commit a frightful crime. The medical experts who examined these traces yesterday affirm that they were made by the same hand as that which left its red imprint on the wall. An enormous hand, monsieur, much too large to go into my gloves, he added with an indefinable smile. Could not that blood-stained hand, I interrupted, have been the hand of Mademoiselle Stangerson who, in the moment of falling, had pressed it against the wall, and, in slipping, enlarged the impression? There was not a drop of blood on either of her hands when she was lifted up, replied Monsieur Darzac. We are now sure, said I, that it was Mademoiselle Stangerson who was armed with Daddy Jacques' revolver, since she wounded the hand of the murderer. She was in fear, then, of somebody or something. Probably. Do you suspect anybody? No, replied Monsieur Darzac, looking at Rouletabille. Rouletabille then said to me, You must know, my friend, that the inquiry is a little more advanced than Monsieur de Marquet has chosen to tell us. He not only knows that Mademoiselle Stangerson defended herself with the revolver, but he knows what the weapon was that was used to attack her. Monsieur Darzac tells me it was a mutton bone. Why is Monsieur de Marquet surrounding this mutton bone with so much mystery? No doubt for the purpose of facilitating the inquiries of the agents of the Sûreté. He imagines, perhaps, that the owner of this instrument of crime, the most terrible invented, is going to be found amongst those who are well known in the slums of Paris who use it. But who can ever say what passes through the brain of an examining magistrate? Rouletabille added with contemptuous irony. Has a mutton bone been found in the yellow room? I asked him. Yes, monsieur, said Robert Darzac, at the foot of the bed, but I beg of you not to say anything about it. I made a gesture of assent. It was an enormous mutton bone, the top of which, or rather the joint, was still red with the blood of the frightful wound. It was an old bone, which may, according to appearances, have served in other crimes. That's what Monsieur de Marquet thinks, who has had it sent to the municipal laboratory at Paris to be analyzed. In fact, he thinks he has detected on it, not only the blood of the last victim, but other stains of dried blood, evidences of previous crimes. A mutton bone in the hand of a skilled assassin is a frightful weapon, said Rouletabille, a more certain weapon than a heavy hammer. The scoundrel has proved it to be so, said Monsieur Robert Darzac, sadly. The joint of the bone found exactly fits the wound inflicted. My belief is that the wound would have been mortal, if the murderer's blow had not been arrested in the act by Mademoiselle Stangerson's revolver. Wounded in the hand, he dropped the mutton bone and fled. Unfortunately, the blow had been already given, and Mademoiselle was stunned after having been nearly strangled. If she had succeeded in wounding the man with the first shot of the revolver, she would, doubtless, have escaped the blow with the bone. But she had certainly employed her revolver too late. The first shot deviated and lodged in the ceiling. It was the second only that took effect. Having said this, Monsieur Darzac knocked at the door of the pavilion. I must confess to feeling a strong impatience to reach the spot where the crime had been committed. It was some time before the door was opened by a man whom I at once recognized as Daddy Jacques. He appeared to be well over 60 years of age. He had a long white beard and white hair, on which he wore a flat Basque cap. He was dressed in a complete suit of chestnut-colored velveteen, worn at the sides. Sabots were on his feet. He had rather a waspish-looking face, the expression of which lightened, however, as soon as he saw Monsieur Darzac. "Friends," said our guide. "Nobody in the pavilion, Daddy Jacques." "I ought not to allow anybody to enter, Monsieur Robert, but of course the order does not apply to you. These gentlemen of justice have seen everything there is to be seen, and made enough drawings, and drawn up enough reports." "Excuse me, Monsieur Jacques, one question before anything else," said Rouletabille. "What is it, young man, if I can answer it? Did your mistress wear her hair in bands, that evening? You know what I mean, over her forehead?" "No, young man, my mistress never wore her hair in the way you suggest, neither on that day nor on any other. She had her hair drawn up, as usual, so that her beautiful forehead could be seen, pure as that of an unborn child." Rouletabille grunted and set to work examining the door, finding that it fastened itself automatically. He satisfied himself that it could never remain open and needed a key to open it. Then we entered the vestibule, a small, well-lit room paved with square red tiles. "Ah, this is the window by which the murderer escaped," said Rouletabille. "So they keep on saying, Monsieur, so they keep on saying. But if he had gone off that way, we should have been sure to have seen him. We are not blind, neither Monsieur Stangerson nor me, nor the concierges who are in prison. Why have they not put me in prison, too, on account of my revolver?" Rouletabille had already opened the window and was examining the shutters. "Were these closed at the time of the crime?" "And fastened with the iron catch inside," said Daddy Jacques, "and I am quite sure that the murderer did not get out that way." "Are there any blood stains?" "Yes, on the stones outside. But blood of what?" "Ah," said Rouletabille, "there are footmarks visible on the path. The ground was very moist. I will look into that presently." "Nonsense," interrupted Daddy Jacques. "The murderer did not go that way." "Which way did he go, then?" "How do I know?" Rouletabille looked at everything, smelled everything. He went down on his knees and rapidly examined every one of the paving tiles. Daddy Jacques went on. "Ah, you can't find anything, monsieur. Nothing has been found, and now it is all dirty. Too many persons have tramped over it. They wouldn't let me wash it, but on the day of the crime I had washed the floor thoroughly, and if the murderer had crossed it with his hobnailed boots, I should not have failed to see where he had been. He has left marks enough in Mademoiselle's chamber." Rouletabille rose. "When was the last time you washed these tiles?" he asked, and he fixed on Daddy Jacques a most searching look. "Why, as I told you, on the day of the crime, towards 5:30, while Mademoiselle and her father were taking a little walk before dinner, here in this room. They had dined in the laboratory. The next day, the examining magistrate came and saw all the marks there were on the floor as plainly as if they had been made with ink on white paper. Well, neither in the laboratory nor in the vestibule, which were both as clean as a new pin, were there any traces of a man's footmarks. Since they have been found near this window outside, he must have made his way through the ceiling of the yellow room into the attic, then cut his way through the roof and dropped to the ground outside the vestibule window. But there's no hole, neither in the ceiling of the yellow room nor in the roof of my attic. That's absolutely certain. So you see we know nothing. Nothing. And nothing will ever be known. It's a mystery of the devil's own making." Rouletabille went down upon his knees again almost in front of a small lavatory at the back of the vestibule. In that position he remained for about a minute. "Well?" I asked him when he got up. "Oh, nothing very important. A drop of blood," he replied, turning towards Daddy Jacques as he spoke. "While you were washing the laboratory and this vestibule, was the vestibule window open?" he asked. "No, monsieur, it was closed. But after I had done washing the floor, I lit some charcoal for monsieur in the laboratory furnace, and, as I lit it with old newspapers, it smoked, so I opened both the windows in the laboratory and this one, to make a current of air. Then I shut those in the laboratory and left this one open when I went out. When I returned to the pavilion, this window had been closed and Monsieur and Mademoiselle were already at work in the laboratory. Monsieur or Mademoiselle Stangerson had, no doubt, shut it. No doubt. You did not ask them? No. After a close scrutiny of the little lavatory and of the staircase leading up to the attic, Rouletabille, to whom we seemed no longer to exist, entered the laboratory. I followed him. It was, I confess, in a state of great excitement. Robert Darzac lost none of my friend's movements. As for me, my eyes were drawn at once to the door of the yellow room. It was closed and, as I immediately saw, partially shattered and out of commission. My friend, who went about his work methodically, silently studied the room in which we were. It was large and well lighted. 2 big windows, almost bays, were protected by strong iron bars and looked out upon a wide extent of country. Through an opening in the forest, they commanded a wonderful view through the length of the valley and across the plain to the large town which could be clearly seen in fair weather. Today, however, a mist hung over the ground, and blood in that room. The whole of one side of the laboratory was taken up with a large chimney, crucibles, ovens, and such implements as are needed for chemical experiments, tables, loaded with files, papers, reports, an electrical machine, an apparatus, as Monsieur Darzac informed me, employed by Professor Stangerson to demonstrate the dissociation of matter under the action of solar light, and other scientific implements. Along the walls were cabinets, plain or glass-fronted, through which were visible microscopes, special photographic apparatus, and a large quantity of crystals. Rouletabille, who was ferreting in the chimney, put his fingers into one of the crucibles. Suddenly he drew himself up, and held up a piece of half-consumed paper in his hand. He stepped up to where we were talking by one of the windows. "Keep that for us, Monsieur Darzac," he said. I bent over the piece of scorched paper which Monsieur Darzac took from the hand of Rouletabille, and read distinctly the only words that remained legible. Presbytery, lost nothing, charm, nor the gar, its brightness. Twice since the morning these same meaningless words had struck me, and, for the second time, I saw that they produced on the Sorbonne professor the same paralyzing effect. Monsieur Darzac's first anxiety showed itself when he turned his eyes in the direction of Daddy Jacques. But, occupied as he was at another window, he had seen nothing. Then tremblingly opening his pocket-book, he put the piece of paper into it, sighing, "My God." During this time, Rouletabille had mounted into the opening of the fire grate. That is to say, he had got upon the bricks of a furnace, and was attentively examining the chimney, which grew narrower towards the top, the outlet from it being closed with sheets of iron, fastened into the brickwork, through which passed 3 small chimneys. "Impossible to get out that way," he said, jumping back into the laboratory. "Besides, even if he had tried to do it, he would have brought all that ironwork down to the ground. No, no. It is not on that side we have to search." Rouletabille next examined the furniture and opened the doors of the cabinet. Then he came to the windows, through which he declared no one could possibly have passed. At the second window he found Daddy Jacques in contemplation. "Well, Daddy Jacques," he said, "what are you looking at?" "That policeman who is always going round and round the lake. Another of those fellows who think they can see better than anybody else." "You don't know Frédéric Larsan, Daddy Jacques, or you wouldn't speak of him in that way," said Rouletabille in a melancholy tone. "If there is anyone who will find the murderer, it will be he." And Rouletabille heaved a deep sigh. "Before they find him, they will have to learn how they lost him," said Daddy Jacques stolidly. At length we reached the door of the yellow room itself. "There is the door behind which some terrible scene took place," said Rouletabille, with a solemnity which, under any other circumstances, would have been comical. Chapter 7, in which Rouletabille sets out on an expedition under the bed. Rouletabille, having pushed open the door of the yellow room, paused on the threshold, saying, with an emotion which I only later understood, "Ah, the perfume of the lady in black." The chamber was dark. Daddy Jacques was about to open the blinds when Rouletabille stopped him. "Did not the tragedy take place in complete darkness?" he asked. "No, young man, I don't think so. Mademoiselle always had a night light on her table, and I lit it every evening before she went to bed. I was a sort of chambermaid, you must understand, when the evening came. The real chambermaid did not come here much before the morning. Mademoiselle worked late, far into the night. Where did the table with the night light stand? Far from the bed. Some way from the bed. Can you light the burner now? The lamp is broken and the oil that was in it was spilled when the table was upset. All the rest of the things in the room remain just as they were. I have only to open the blinds for you to see. Wait." Rouletabille went back into the laboratory, closed the shutters of the 2 windows and the door of the vestibule. When we were in complete darkness, he lit a wax vesta, and asked Daddy Jacques to move to the middle of the chamber with it to the place where the night light was burning that night. Daddy Jacques, who was in his stockings, he usually left his sabots in the vestibule, entered the yellow room with his bit of a vesta. We vaguely distinguished objects overthrown on the floor, a bed in one corner, and, in front of us, to the left, the gleam of a looking glass hanging on the wall, near to the bed. "That will do. You may now open the blinds," said Rouletabille. "Don't come any further," Daddy Jacques begged. "You may make marks with your boots, and nothing must be deranged. It's an idea of the magistrate's, though he has nothing more to do here." And he pushed open the shutter. The pale daylight entered from without, throwing a sinister light on the saffron-colored walls. The floor, for though the laboratory and the vestibule were tiled, the yellow room had a flooring of wood, was covered with a single yellow mat which was large enough to cover nearly the whole room, under the bed and under the dressing table, the only piece of furniture that remained upright. The center round table, the night table and 2 chairs had been overturned. These did not prevent a large stain of blood being visible on the mat, made, as Daddy Jacques informed us, by the blood which had flowed from the wound on Mademoiselle Stangerson's forehead. Besides these stains, drops of blood had fallen in all directions, in line with the visible traces of the footsteps, large and black, of the murderer. Everything led to the presumption that these drops of blood had fallen from the wound of the man who had, for a moment, placed his red hand on the wall. There were other traces of the same hand on the wall, but much less distinct. See this blood on the wall," I could not help exclaiming. "The man who pressed his hand so heavily upon it in the darkness must certainly have thought that he was pushing at a door. That's why he pressed on it so hard, leaving on the yellow paper the terrible evidence. I don't think there are many hands in the world of that sort. It is big and strong, and the fingers are nearly all one as long as the other. The thumb is wanting and we have only the mark of the palm. But if we follow the trace of the hand," I continued, "we see that, after leaving its imprint on the wall, the touch sought the door, found it, and then felt for the lock." "No doubt," interrupted Rouletabille, chuckling, "only there is no blood, either on the lock or on the bolt." "What does that prove?" I rejoined with a good sense of which I was proud. He might have opened the lock with his left hand, which would have been quite natural, his right hand being wounded. "He didn't open it at all," Daddy Jacques again exclaimed. "We are not fools, and there were 4 of us when we burst open the door." "What a queer hand! Look what a queer hand it is," I said. "It is a very natural hand," said Rouletabille, "of which the shape has been deformed by its having slipped on the wall. The man dried his hand on the wall. He must be a man about 5 feet 8 in height. How do you come at that?" "By the height of the marks on the wall." My friend next occupied himself with the mark of the bullet in the wall. It was a round hole. This ball was fired straight, not from above, and consequently, not from below. Rouletabille went back to the door and carefully examined the lock and the bolt, satisfying himself that the door had certainly been burst open from the outside, and, further, that the key had been found in the lock on the inside of the chamber. He finally satisfied himself that with the key in the lock, the door could not possibly be opened from without with another key. Having made sure of all these details, he let fall these words, "That's better." Then sitting down on the ground, he hastily took off his boots and, in his socks, went into the room. The first thing he did was to examine minutely the overturned furniture. We watched him in silence. "Young fellow, you are giving yourself a great deal of trouble," said Daddy Jacques ironically. Rouletabille raised his head and said, "You have spoken the simple truth, Daddy Jacques. Your mistress did not have her hair in bands that evening. I was a donkey to have believed she did." Then, with the suppleness of a serpent, he slipped under the bed. Presently we heard him ask, "At what time, Monsieur Jacques, did Monsieur and Mademoiselle Stangerson arrive at the laboratory?" "At 6 o'clock. The voice of Rouletabille continued. "Yes, he's been under here, that's certain. In fact, there was nowhere else where he could have hidden himself. Here, too, are the marks of his hobnails. When you entered, all four of you, did you look under the bed?" "At once, we drew it right out of its place. And between the mattresses. There was only one on the bed, and on that Mademoiselle was placed, and Monsieur Stangerson and the concierge immediately carried it into the laboratory. Under the mattress there was nothing but the metal netting, which could not conceal anything or anybody. Remember, Monsieur, that there were four of us, and we couldn't fail to see everything. The chamber is so small and scantily furnished, and all was locked behind in the pavilion. I ventured on a hypothesis. Perhaps he got away with the mattress. In the mattress. Anything is possible, in the face of such a mystery. In their distress of mind, Monsieur Stangerson and the concierge may not have noticed they were bearing a double weight, especially if the concierge were an accomplice. I throw out this hypothesis for what it is worth, but it explains many things, and particularly the fact that neither the laboratory nor the vestibule bear any traces of the footmarks found in the room. If, in carrying Mademoiselle on the mattress from the laboratory of the chateau, they rested for a moment, there might have been an opportunity for the man in it to escape. "And then?" asked Rouletabille, deliberately laughing under the bed. I felt rather vexed and replied, "I don't know, but anything appears possible." "The examining magistrate had the same idea, Monsieur," said Daddy Jacques, and he carefully examined the mattress. "He was obliged to laugh at the idea, Monsieur, as your friend is doing now, for whoever heard of a mattress having a double bottom?" I was myself obliged to laugh, on seeing that what I had said was absurd, but in an affair like this one hardly knows where an absurdity begins or ends. My friend alone seemed able to talk intelligently. He called out from under the bed, "The mat here has been moved out of place. Who did it?" "We did, Monsieur," explained Daddy Jacques. "When we could not find the assassin, we asked ourselves whether there was not some hole in the floor." "There is not," replied Rouletabille. "Is there a cellar?" "No, there's no cellar. But that has not stopped our searching, and has not prevented the examining magistrate and his registrar from studying the floor plank by plank, as if there had been a cellar under it." The reporter then reappeared. His eyes were sparkling and his nostrils quivered. He remained on his hands and knees. He could not be better likened than to an admirable sporting dog on the scent of some unusual game. And, indeed, he was scenting the steps of a man, the man whom he has sworn to report to his master, the manager of the Epoque. It must not be forgotten that Rouletabille was first and last a journalist. Thus, on his hands and knees, he made his way to the four corners of the room, so to speak, sniffing and going round everything that we could see, which was not much, and everything that we could not see, which must have been infinite. The toilette table was a simple table standing on four legs. There was nothing about it by which it could possibly be changed into a temporary hiding place. There was not a closet or cupboard. Mademoiselle Stangerson kept her wardrobe at the chateau. Rouletabille literally passed his nose and hands along the walls, constructed of solid brickwork. When he had finished with the walls, and passed his agile fingers over every portion of the yellow paper covering him, he reached to the ceiling, which he was able to touch by mounting on a chair placed on the toilette table, and by moving this ingeniously constructed stage from place to place he examined every foot of it. When he had finished his scrutiny of the ceiling, where he carefully examined the hole made by the second bullet, he approached the window, and, once more, examined the iron bars and blinds, all of which were solid and intact. At last, he gave a grunt of satisfaction and declared, "Now I am at ease." "Well, do you believe that the poor dear young lady was shut up when she was being murdered, when she cried out for help?" wailed Daddy Jacques. "Yes," said the young reporter, drying his forehead. "The Yellow Room was as tightly shut as an iron safe." "That," I said, "is why this mystery is the most surprising I know." Edgar Allan Poe, in the Double Assassination of the Rue Morgue, invented nothing like it. The place of that crime was sufficiently closed to prevent the escape of a man, but there was that window through which the monkey, the perpetrator of the murder, could slip away. But here, there can be no question of an opening of any sort. The door was fastened, and through the window blinds, secure as they were, not even a fly could enter or get out. "True, true," assented Rouletabille as he kept on drying his forehead, which seemed to be perspiring less from his recent bodily exertion than from his mental agitation. "Indeed, it's a great, a beautiful, and a very curious mystery." "The Bête du bon Dieu," muttered Daddy Jacques, "the Bête du bon Dieu herself, if she had committed the crime, could not have escaped. Listen. Do you hear it? Hush." Daddy Jacques made us a sign to keep quiet and, stretching his arm towards the wall nearest the forest, listened to something which we could not hear. "It's answering," he said at length. "I must kill it. It is too wicked, but it's the Bête du bon Dieu, and, every night, it goes to pray on the tomb of Saint Genevieve and nobody dares to touch her, for fear that Mother Anganu should cast an evil spell on them." "How big is the Bête du bon Dieu?" "Nearly as big as a small retriever, a monster, I tell you." "Ah! I have asked myself more than once whether it was not her that took our poor mademoiselle by the throat with her claws." "But the Bête du bon Dieu does not wear hobnailed boots, nor fire revolvers, nor has she a hand like that," exclaimed Daddy Jacques, again pointing out to us the red mark on the wall. "Besides, we should have seen her as well as we would have seen a man." "Evidently," I said, "before we had seen this Yellow Room, I had also asked myself whether the cat of Mother Anganu." "You also?" cried Rouletabille. "Didn't you?" I asked. "Not for a moment. After reading the article in the Matin, I knew that a cat had nothing to do with the matter. But I swear now that a frightful tragedy has been enacted here." "You say nothing about the Basque cap, or the handkerchief, found here, Daddy Jacques?" "Of course, the magistrate has taken him," the old man answered, hesitatingly. "I haven't seen either the handkerchief or the cap, yet I can tell you how they are made," the reporter said to him gravely. "Oh, you are very clever," said Daddy Jacques, coughing and embarrassed. "The handkerchief is a large one, blue with red stripes, and the cap is an old Basque cap, like the one you are wearing now." "You are a wizard," said Daddy Jacques, trying to laugh and not quite succeeding. "How do you know that the handkerchief is blue with red stripes?" "Because, if it had not been blue with red stripes, it would not have been found at all." Without giving any further attention to Daddy Jacques, my friend took a piece of paper from his pocket, and taking out a pair of scissors, bent over the footprints. Placing the paper over one of them, he began to cut. In a short time he had made a perfect pattern which he handed to me, begging me not to lose it. He then returned to the window and, pointing to the figure of Frederic Larsan, who had not quitted the side of the lake, asked Daddy Jacques whether the detective had, like himself, been working in the Yellow Room. No, replied Robert Darzac, who, since Rouletabille had handed him the piece of scorched paper, had not uttered a word. He pretends that he does not need to examine the Yellow Room. He says that the murderer made his escape from it in quite a natural way, and that he will, this evening, explain how he did it. As he listened to what Monsieur Darzac had to say, Rouletabille turned pale. Has Frederic Larsan found out the truth, which I can only guess at? He murmured. He is very clever, and I admire him. But what we have to do today is something more than the work of a policeman, something quite different from the teachings of experience. We have to take hold of our reason by the right end. The reporter rushed into the open air, agitated by the thought that the great and famous Fred might anticipate him in the solution of the problem of the Yellow Room. I managed to reach him on the threshold of the pavilion. Calm yourself, my dear fellow, I said. Aren't you satisfied? Yes, he confessed to me, with a deep sigh. I am quite satisfied. I have discovered many things. Moral or material? Several moral, one material. This, for example. And rapidly he drew from his waistcoat pocket a piece of paper in which he had placed a light-colored hair from a woman's head. Chapter 8. The examining magistrate questions Mademoiselle Stangerson. 2 minutes later, as Rouletabille was bending over the footprints discovered in the park, under the window of the vestibule, a man, evidently a servant at the chateau, came towards us rapidly and called out to Monsieur Darzac, then coming out of the pavilion. Monsieur Robert, the magistrate, you know, is questioning Mademoiselle. Monsieur Darzac uttered a muttered excuse to us and set off running towards the chateau, the man running after him. If the corpse can speak, I said, it would be interesting to be there. We must know, said my friend. Let's go to the chateau. And he drew me with him. But, at the chateau, a gendarme placed in the vestibule denied us admission up the staircase of the first floor. We were obliged to wait downstairs. This is what passed in the chamber of the victim while we were waiting below. The family doctor, finding that Mademoiselle Stangerson was much better, but fearing a relapse which would no longer permit of her being questioned, had thought it his duty to inform the examining magistrate of this, who decided to proceed immediately with a brief examination. At this examination, the registrar, Monsieur Stangerson, and the doctor were present. Later, I obtained the text of the report of the examination, and I give it here, in all its legal dryness. Question: Are you able, Mademoiselle, without too much fatiguing yourself, to give some necessary details of the frightful attack of which you have been the victim? Answer: I feel much better, monsieur, and I will tell you all I know. When I entered my chamber I did not notice anything unusual there. Q. Excuse me, Mademoiselle, if you will allow me, I will ask you some questions and you will answer them. That will fatigue you less than making a long recital. A. Do so, monsieur. Q. What did you do on that day? I want you to be as minute and precise as possible. I wish to know all you did that day, if it is not asking too much of you. A. I rose late, at 10 o'clock, for my father and I had returned home late on the night previously, having been to dinner at the reception given by the President of the Republic, in honor of the Academy of Science of Philadelphia. When I left my chamber, at 10:30, my father was already at work in the laboratory. We worked together till midday. We then took half an hour's walk in the park, as we were accustomed to do, before breakfasting at the chateau. After breakfast, we took another walk for half an hour, and then returned to the laboratory. There we found my chambermaid, who had come to set my room in order. I went into the yellow room to give her some slight orders, and she directly afterwards left the pavilion, and I resumed my work with my father. At 5 o'clock, we again went for a walk in the park and afterward had tea. Q. Before leaving the pavilion at 5 o'clock, did you go into your chamber? A. No, monsieur, my father went into it, at my request to bring me my hat. Q. And he found nothing suspicious there? A. Evidently no, monsieur. Q. It is, then, almost certain that the murderer was not yet concealed under the bed. When you went out, was the door of the room locked? A. No, there was no reason for locking it. Q. You were absent from the pavilion some length of time, Monsieur Stangerson and you? A. About an hour. Q. It was during that hour, no doubt, that the murderer got into the pavilion. But how? Nobody knows. Footmarks have been found in the park, leading away from the window of the vestibule, but none has been found going towards it. Did you notice whether the vestibule window was open when you went out? A. I don't remember. Monsieur Stangerson, it was closed. Q. And when you returned? Mademoiselle Stangerson, I did not notice. M. Stangerson, it was still closed. I remember remarking aloud, Daddy Jacques must surely have opened it while we were away. Q. Strange. Do you recollect, Monsieur Stangerson, if during your absence, and before going out, he had opened it? You returned to the laboratory at 6 o'clock and resumed work. Mademoiselle Stangerson. Yes, monsieur. Q. And you did not leave the laboratory from that hour up to the moment when you entered your chamber? M. Stangerson. Neither my daughter nor I, monsieur. We were engaged on work that was pressing, and we lost not a moment, neglecting everything else on that account. Q. Did you dine in the laboratory? A. For that reason. Q. Are you accustomed to dine in the laboratory? A. We rarely dine there. Q. Could the murderer have known that you would dine there that evening? M. Stangerson. Good heavens! I think not. It was only when we returned to the pavilion at 6 o'clock that we decided, my daughter and I, to dine there. At that moment I was spoken to by my gamekeeper, who detained me a moment, to ask me to accompany him on an urgent tour of inspection in a part of the woods which I had decided to thin. I put this off until the next day, and begged him, as he was going by the chateau, to tell the steward that we should dine in the laboratory. He left me, to execute the errand, and I rejoined my daughter, who was already at work. Q. At what hour, mademoiselle, did you go to your chamber while your father continued to work there? A. At midnight. Q. Did Daddy Jacques enter the yellow room in the course of the evening? A. To shut the blinds and light the night light. Q. He saw nothing suspicious. A. He would have told us if he had seen. Daddy Jacques is an honest man and very attached to me. Q. You affirm, Monsieur Stangerson, that Daddy Jacques remained with you all the time you were in the laboratory? M. Stangerson: I am sure of it. I have no doubt of that. Q. When you entered your chamber, Mademoiselle, you immediately shut the door and locked and bolted it. That was taking unusual precautions, knowing that your father and your servant were there. Were you in fear of something, then? A. My father would be returning to the chateau and Daddy Jacques would be going to his bed. And, in fact, I did fear something. Q. You were so much in fear of something that you borrowed Daddy Jacques' revolver without telling him you had done so. A. That is true. I did not wish to alarm anybody, the more, because my fears might have proved to have been foolish. Q. What was it you feared? A. I hardly know how to tell you. For several nights, I seemed to hear, both in the park and out of the park, round the pavilion, unusual sounds, sometimes footsteps, at other times the cracking of branches. The night before the attack on me, when I did not get to bed before 3 o'clock in the morning, on our return from the Elysée, I stood for a moment before my window, and I felt sure I saw shadows. Q. How many? A. 2. They moved round the lake, then the moon became clouded and I lost sight of them. At this time of the season, every year, I have generally returned to my apartment in the chateau for the winter, but this year I said to myself that I would not quit the pavilion before my father had finished the resume of his works on the dissociation of matter for the Academy. I did not wish that important work, which was to have been finished in the course of a few days, should be delayed by a change in our daily habit. You can well understand that I did not wish to speak of my childish fears to my father, nor did I say anything to Daddy Jacques who, I knew, would not have been able to hold his tongue. Knowing that he had a revolver in his room, I took advantage of his absence and borrowed it, placing it in the drawer of my night table. Q. You know of no enemies you have? A. None. Q. You understand, Mademoiselle, that these precautions are calculated to cause surprise. M. Stangerson. Evidently, my child, such precautions are very surprising. A. No, because I have told you that I had been uneasy for 2 nights. M. Stangerson. You ought to have told me of that. This misfortune would have been avoided. Q. The door of the yellow room locked. Did you go to bed? A. Yes, and, being very tired, I at once went to sleep. Q. The night light was still burning. A. Yes, but it gave a very feeble light. Q. Then, Mademoiselle, tell us what happened. A. I do not know whether I had been long asleep, but suddenly I awoke, and uttered a loud cry. M. Stangerson. Yes, a horrible cry. Murder. It still rings in my ears. Q. You uttered a loud cry. A. A man was in my chamber. He sprang at me and tried to strangle me. I was nearly stifled when suddenly I was able to reach the drawer of my night table and grasp the revolver which I had placed in it. At that moment the man had forced me to the foot of my bed and brandished over my head a sort of mace. But I had fired. He immediately struck a terrible blow at my head. All that, monsieur, passed more rapidly than I can tell it, and I know nothing more. Q. Nothing. Have you no idea as to how the assassin could escape from your chamber? A. None whatever. I know nothing more. One does not know what is passing around one, when one is unconscious. Q. Was the man you saw tall or short, little or big? A. I only saw a shadow which appeared to me formidable. Q. You cannot give us any indication. I know nothing more, monsieur, than that a man threw himself upon me and that I fired at him. I know nothing more." Here the interrogation of Mademoiselle Stangerson concluded. Rouletabille waited patiently for Monsieur Robert Darzac, who soon appeared. From a room near the chamber of Mademoiselle Stangerson, he had heard the interrogatory and now came to recount it to my friend with great exactitude, aided by an excellent memory. His docility still surprised me. Thanks to hasty pencil notes, he was able to reproduce, almost textually, the questions and the answers given. It looked as if Monsieur Darzac were being employed as the secretary of my young friend and acted as if he could refuse him nothing. Nay, more, as if under a compulsion to do so. The fact of the closed window struck the reporter as it had struck the magistrate. Rouletabille asked Darzac to repeat once more Mademoiselle Stangerson's account of how she and her father had spent their time on the day of the tragedy, as she had stated it to the magistrate. The circumstance of the dinner in the laboratory seemed to interest him in the highest degree, and he had it repeated to him 3 times. He also wanted to be sure that the forest keeper knew that the professor and his daughter were going to dine in the laboratory, and how he had come to know it. When Monsieur Darzac had finished, I said, "The examination has not advanced the problem much." "It has put it back," said Monsieur Darzac. "It has thrown light upon it," said Rouletabille, thoughtfully. Chapter 9. Reporter and Detective. The 3 of us went back towards the pavilion. At some distance from the building, the reporter made us stop and, pointing to a small clump of trees to the right of us, said, "That's where the murderer came from to get into the pavilion." As there were other patches of trees of the same sort between the great oaks, I asked why the murderer had chosen that one, rather than any of the others. Rouletabille answered me by pointing to the path which ran quite close to the thicket to the door of the pavilion. "That path is, as you see, topped with gravel," he said. "The man must have passed along it going to the pavilion, since no traces of his steps have been found on the soft ground. The man didn't have wings. He walked, but he walked on the gravel which left no impression of his tread. The gravel has, in fact, been trodden by many other feet, since the path is the most direct way between the pavilion and the chateau. As to the thicket, made of the sort of shrubs that don't flourish in the rough season, laurels and fuchsias, it offered the murderer a sufficient hiding place until it was time for him to make his way to the pavilion. It was while hiding in that clump of trees that he saw Monsieur and Mademoiselle Stangerson, and then Daddy Jacques, leave the pavilion. Gravel has been spread nearly, very nearly, up to the windows of the pavilion. The footprints of a man, parallel with the wall, marks which we will examine presently, and which I have already seen, prove that he only needed to make one stride to find himself in front of the vestibule window, left open by Daddy Jacques. The man drew himself up by his hands and entered the vestibule. "After all, it is very possible," I said. "After all what? After all what?" cried Rouletabille. I begged of him not to be angry, but he was too much irritated to listen to me and declared, ironically, that he admired the prudent doubt with which certain people approached the most simple problems, risking nothing by saying, "That is so," or "That is not so." Their intelligence would have produced about the same result if nature had forgotten to furnish their brain pan with a little grey matter. As I appeared vexed, my young friend took me by the arm and admitted that he had not meant that for me. He thought more of me than that. "If I did not reason as I do in regard to this gravel," he went on, "I should have to assume a balloon. My dear fellow, the science of the aerostation of dirigible balloons is not yet developed enough for me to consider it and suppose that a murderer would drop from the clouds. So don't say a thing is possible, when it could not be otherwise. We know now how the man entered by the window, and we also know the moment at which he entered, during the 5 o'clock walk of the professor and his daughter. The fact of the presence of the chambermaid, who had come to clean up the yellow room, in the laboratory, when Monsieur Stangerson and his daughter returned from their walk, at 1:30, permits us to affirm that at 1:30 the murderer was not in the chamber under the bed, unless he was in collusion with the chambermaid. What do you say, Monsieur Darzac? Monsieur Darzac shook his head and said he was sure of the chambermaid's fidelity, and that she was a thoroughly honest and devoted servant. Besides, he added, at 5 o'clock Monsieur Stangerson went into the room to fetch his daughter's hat. There is that also, said Rouletabille. That the man entered by the window at the time you say, I admit, I said, but why did he shut the window? It was an act which would necessarily draw the attention of those who had left it open. It may be the window was not shut at once, replied the young reporter. But if he did shut the window, it was because of the bend in the gravel path, a dozen yards from the pavilion, and on account of the 3 oaks that are growing at that spot. What do you mean by that? Asked Monsieur Darzac, who had followed us and listened with almost breathless attention to all that Rouletabille had said. I'll explain all to you later on, monsieur, when I think the moment to be ripe for doing so. But I don't think I have anything of more importance to say on this affair, if my hypothesis is justified. And what is your hypothesis? You will never know if it does not turn out to be the truth. It is of much too grave a nature to speak of it, so long as it continues to be only a hypothesis. Have you, at least, some idea as to who the murderer is? No, monsieur, I don't know who the murderer is. But don't be afraid, Monsieur Robert Darzac, I shall know. I could not but observe that Monsieur Darzac was deeply moved, and I suspected that Rouletabille's confident assertion was not pleasing to him. Why, I asked myself, if he was really afraid that the murderer should be discovered, was he helping the reporter to find him? My young friend seemed to have received the same impression, for he said, bluntly, Monsieur Darzac, don't you want me to find out who the murderer was? Oh, I should like to kill him with my own hand, cried Mademoiselle Stangerson's fiancé, with a vehemence that amazed me. I believe you, said Rouletabille gravely, but you have not answered my question. We were passing by the thicket, of which the young reporter had spoken to us a minute before. I entered it and pointed out evident traces of a man who had been hidden there. Rouletabille, once more, was right. Yes, he said, we have to do with a thing of flesh and blood, who uses the same means that we do. It'll all come out on those lines. Having said this, he asked me for the paper pattern of the footprint which he had given me to take care of, and applied it to a very clear footmark behind the thicket. Aha, he said, rising. I thought he was now going to trace back the track of the murderer's footmarks to the vestibule window, but he led us instead, far to the left, saying that it was useless ferreting in the mud, and that he was sure, now, of the road taken by the murderer. He went along the wall to the hedge and dry ditch, over which he jumped. See, just in front of the little path leading to the lake, that was his nearest way to get out. How do you know he went to the lake? Because Frederic Larsan has not quitted the borders of it since this morning. There must be some important marks there. A few minutes later we reached the lake. It was a little sheet of marshy water, surrounded by reeds, on which floated some dead water lily leaves. The great Fred may have seen us approaching, but we probably interested him very little, for he took hardly any notice of us and continued to be stirring with his cane something which we could not see. "Look," said Rouletabille, "here again are the footmarks of the escaping man. They skirt the lake here and finally disappear just before this path, which leads to the high road to Epinay." The man continued his flight to Paris. "What makes you think that?" I asked, "since these footmarks are not continued on the path?" "What makes me think that? Why, these footprints, which I expected to find," he cried, pointing to the sharply outlined imprint of a neat boot. "See," and he called to Frederic Larsan. "Monsieur Fred, these neat footprints seem to have been made since the discovery of the crime." "Yes, young man, yes, they have been carefully made," replied Fred without raising his head. "You see, there are steps that come, and steps that go back." "And the man had a bicycle," cried the reporter. Here, after looking at the marks of the bicycle, which followed, going and coming, the neat footprints, I thought I might intervene. "The bicycle explains the disappearance of the murderer's big footprints," I said. "The murderer, with his rough boots, mounted a bicycle. His accomplice, the wearer of the neat boots, had come to wait for him on the edge of the lake with the bicycle. It might be supposed that the murderer was working for the other." "No, no," replied Rouletabille with a strange smile. "I have expected to find these footmarks from the very beginning. These are not the footmarks of the murderer." "Then there were two." "No, there was but one, and he had no accomplice." Very good, cried Frederic Larsan. "Look," continued the young reporter, showing us the ground where it had been disturbed by big and heavy heels. The man seated himself there, and took off his hobnailed boots, which he had worn only for the purpose of misleading detection, and then, no doubt, taking them away with him, he stood up in his own boots, and quietly and slowly regained the high road, holding his bicycle in his hand, for he could not venture to ride it on this rough path. That accounts for the lightness of the impression made by the wheels along it, in spite of the softness of the ground. If there had been a man on the bicycle, the wheels would have sunk deeply into the soil. No, there was but one man there, the murderer on foot. "Bravo, bravo," cried Fred again, and coming suddenly towards us and planting himself in front of Monsieur Robert Darzac, he said to him, "If we had a bicycle here, we might demonstrate the correctness of the young man's reasoning, Monsieur Robert Darzac. Do you know whether there is one at the chateau?" "No," replied Monsieur Darzac, "there is not. I took mine, 4 days ago, to Paris, the last time I came to the chateau before the crime." "That's a pity," replied Fred, very coldly. Then, turning to Rouletabille, he said, "If we go on at this rate, we'll both come to the same conclusion. Have you any idea as to how the murderer got away from the Yellow Room?" "Yes," said my young friend, "I have an idea." "So have I," said Fred, "and it must be the same as yours. There are no two ways of reasoning in this affair. I am waiting for the arrival of my chief before offering any explanation to the examining magistrate." "Ah, is the chief of the Sûreté coming?" "Yes, this afternoon. He is going to summon, before the magistrate, in the laboratory, all those who have played any part in this tragedy. It will be very interesting. It is a pity you won't be able to be present." "I shall be present," said Rouletabille confidently. "Really, you are an extraordinary fellow, for your age. replied the detective in a tone not wholly free from irony. "You'd make a wonderful detective, if you had a little more method, if you didn't follow your instincts and that bump on your forehead. As I have already several times observed, Monsieur Rouletabille, you reason too much. You do not allow yourself to be guided by what you have seen. What do you say to the handkerchief full of blood, and the red mark of the hand on the wall? You have seen the stain on the wall, but I have only seen the handkerchief." "Bah!" cried Rouletabille, "the murderer was wounded in the hand by Mademoiselle Stangerson's revolver." "Ah! A simply instinctive observation. Take care. You are becoming too strictly logical, Monsieur Rouletabille. Logic will upset you if you use it indiscriminatively. You are right when you say that Mademoiselle Stangerson fired her revolver, but you are wrong when you say that she wounded the murderer in the hand." "I am sure of it," cried Rouletabille. Fred, imperturbable, interrupted him. "Defective observation, defective observation. The examination of the handkerchief, the numberless little round scarlet stains, the impression of drops which I found in the tracks of the footprints, at the moment when they were made on the floor, prove to me that the murderer was not wounded at all. Monsieur Rouletabille, the murderer bled at the nose." The great Fred spoke quite seriously. However, I could not refrain from uttering an exclamation. The reporter looked gravely at Fred, who looked gravely at him. And Fred immediately concluded. The man allowed the blood to flow into his hand and handkerchief, and dried his hand on the wall. The fact is highly important, he added, because there is no need of his being wounded in the hand for him to be the murderer. Rouletabille seemed to be thinking deeply. After a moment he said, "There is something, Monsieur Frédéric Larsan, much graver than the misuse of logic, the disposition of mind in some detectives which makes them, in perfect good faith, twist logic to the necessities of their preconceived ideas. You, already, have your idea about the murderer, Monsieur Fred. Don't deny it, and your theory demands that the murderer should not have been wounded in the hand, otherwise it comes to nothing. And you have searched, and have found something else. It's dangerous, very dangerous, Monsieur Fred, to go from a preconceived idea to find the proofs to fit it. That method may lead you far astray. Beware of judicial error, Monsieur Fred, it will trip you up." And laughing a little, in a slightly bantering tone, his hands in his pockets, Rouletabille fixed his cunning eyes on the great Fred. Frédéric Larsan silently contemplated the young reporter who pretended to be as wise as himself. Shrugging his shoulders, he bowed to us and moved quickly away, hitting the stones on his path with his stout cane. Rouletabille watched his retreat, and then turned toward us, his face joyous and triumphant. "I shall beat him," he cried. "I shall beat the great Fred, clever as he is. I shall beat them all." And he danced a double shuffle. Suddenly he stopped. My eyes followed his gaze. They were fixed on Monsieur Robert Darzac, who was looking anxiously at the impression left by his feet side by side with the elegant footmarks. There was not a particle of difference between them. We thought he was about to faint. His eyes, bulging with terror, avoided us, while his right hand, with a spasmodic movement, twitched at the beard that covered his honest, gentle, and now despairing face. At length regaining his self-possession, he bowed to us, and remarking, in a changed voice, that he was obliged to return to the chateau, left us. "The deuce!" exclaimed Rouletabille. He, also, appeared to be deeply concerned. From his pocket-book he took a piece of white paper as I had seen him do before, and with his scissors, cut out the shape of the neat boot marks that were on the ground. Then he fitted the new paper pattern with the one he had previously made. The two were exactly alike. Rising, Rouletabille exclaimed again, "The deuce!" Presently he added, "Yet I believe Monsieur Robert Darzac to be an honest man." He then led me on the road to the Donjon Inn, which we could see on the highway, by the side of a small clump of trees. Chapter 10. We shall have to eat red meat, now. The Donjon Inn was of no imposing appearance, but I like these buildings with their rafters blackened with age and the smoke of their hearths. These inns of the coaching days, crumbling erections that will soon exist in the memory only. They belong to the bygone days, they are linked with history. They make us think of the road, of those days when highwaymen rode. I saw at once that the Donjon Inn was at least 2 centuries old, perhaps older. Under its signboard, over the threshold, a man with a crabbed-looking face was standing, seemingly plunged in unpleasant thought, if the wrinkles on his forehead and the knitting of his brows were any indication. When we were close to him, he deigned to see us and asked us, in a tone anything but engaging, whether we wanted anything. He was, no doubt, the not very amiable landlord of this charming dwelling place. As we expressed a hope that he would be good enough to furnish us with a breakfast, he assured us that he had no provisions, regarding us, as he said this, with a look that was unmistakably suspicious. "You may take us in," Rouletabille said to him. "We are not policemen." "I'm not afraid of the police. I'm not afraid of anyone," replied the man. I had made my friend understand by a sign that we should do better not to insist, but, being determined to enter the inn, he slipped by the man on the doorstep and was in the common room. "Come on," he said, "it is very comfortable here." A good fire was blazing in the chimney, and we held our hands to the warmth it sent out. It was a morning in which the approach of winter was unmistakable. The room was a tolerably large one, furnished with 2 heavy tables, some stools, a counter decorated with rows of bottles of syrup and alcohol. 3 windows looked out onto the road. A colored advertisement lauded the many merits of a new vermouth. On the mantelpiece was arrayed the innkeeper's collection of figured earthenware pots and stone jugs. "That's a fine fire for roasting a chicken," said Rouletabille. "We have no chicken, not even a wretched rabbit," said the landlord. "I know," said my friend slowly, "I know, we shall have to eat red meat, now." I confess I did not in the least understand what Rouletabille meant by what he had said, but the landlord, as soon as he heard the words, uttered an oath, which he at once stifled, and placed himself at our orders as obediently as Monsieur Robert Darzac had done, when he heard Rouletabille's prophetic sentence, "The presbytery has lost nothing of its charm, nor the garden its brightness." Certainly my friend knew how to make people understand him by the use of wholly incomprehensible phrases. I observed as much to him, but he merely smiled. I should have proposed that he give me some explanation, but he put a finger to his lips, which evidently signified that he had not only determined not to speak, but also enjoined silence on my part. Meantime the man had pushed open a little side door and called to somebody to bring him 6 eggs and a piece of beefsteak. The commission was quickly executed by a strongly built young woman with beautiful blonde hair and large, handsome eyes, who regarded us with curiosity. The innkeeper said to her roughly, "Get out, and if the green man comes, don't let me see him." She disappeared. Rouletabille took the eggs, which had been brought to him in a bowl, and the meat which was on a dish, placed all carefully beside him in the chimney, unhooked a frying pan and a gridiron, and began to beat up our omelette before proceeding to grill our beefsteak. He then ordered 2 bottles of cider, and seemed to take as little notice of our host as our host did of him. The landlord let us do our own cooking and set our table near one of the windows. Suddenly I heard him mutter, "Ah, there he is." His face had changed, expressing fierce hatred. He went and glued himself to one of the windows, watching the road. There was no need for me to draw Rouletable's attention. He had already left our omelette and had joined the landlord at the window. I went with him. A man dressed entirely in green velvet, his head covered with a huntsman's cap of the same color, was advancing leisurely, lighting a pipe as he walked. He carried a fowling piece slung at his back. His movements displayed an almost aristocratic ease. He wore eyeglasses and appeared to be about 45 years of age. His hair as well as his moustache were salt grey. He was remarkably handsome. As he passed near the inn, he hesitated, as if asking himself whether or no he should enter it, gave a glance towards us, took a few whiffs at his pipe, and then resumed his walk at the same nonchalant pace. Rouletabille and I looked at our host. His flashing eyes, his clenched hands, his trembling lips, told us of the tumultuous feelings by which he was being agitated. "He has done well not to come in here today," he hissed. "Who is that man?" asked Rouletabille, returning to his omelette. "The green man," growled the innkeeper. "Don't you know him? Then all the better for you. He is not an acquaintance to make. Well, he is Monsieur Stangerson's forest keeper." "You don't appear to like him very much?" asked the reporter, pouring his omelette into the frying pan. "Nobody likes him, monsieur. He's an upstart who must once have had a fortune of his own, and he forgives nobody because, in order to live, he has been compelled to become a servant. A keeper is as much a servant as any other, isn't he? Upon my word, one would say that he is the master of the Glandier, and that all the land and woods belong to him. He'll not let a poor creature eat a morsel of bread on the grass, his grass. Does he often come here?" "Too often, but I've made him understand that his face doesn't please me, and, for a month past, he hasn't been here. The Donjon Inn has never existed for him. He hasn't had time. Been too much engaged in paying court to the landlady of the 3 Lilies at Saint Michel. A bad fellow. There isn't an honest man who can bear him. Why, the concierges of the chateau would turn their eyes away from a picture of him." "The concierges of the chateau are honest people, then?" "Yes, they are, as true as my name's Mathieu, monsieur. I believe them to be honest. Yet they've been arrested. What does that prove? But I don't want to mix myself up in other people's affairs." "And what do you think of the murder?" "Of the murder of poor Mademoiselle Stangerson, a good girl much loved everywhere in the country. That's what I think of it, and many things besides, but that's nobody's business." "Not even mine," insisted Rouletabille. The innkeeper looked at him sideways and said gruffly, "Not even yours." The omelette ready, we sat down at table and were silently eating, when the door was pushed open and an old woman, dressed in rags, leaning on a stick, her head doddering, her white hair hanging loosely over her wrinkled forehead, appeared on the threshold. "Ah, there you are, Mother Anganu. It's long since we saw you last," said our host. "I have been very ill, very nearly dying," said the old woman. "If ever you should have any scraps for the Bête du Bon Dieu." And she entered, followed by a cat, larger than any I had ever believed could exist. The beast looked at us and gave so hopeless a meaie that I shuddered. I had never heard so lugubrious a cry. As if drawn by the cat's cry, a man followed the old woman in. It was the Green Man. He saluted by raising his hand to his cap and seated himself at a table near to ours. "A glass of cider, Daddy Mathieu," he said. As the Green Man entered, Daddy Mathieu had started violently, but visibly mastering himself he said, "I've no more cider. I served the last bottles to these gentlemen." "Then give me a glass of white wine," said the Green Man, without showing the least surprise. "I've no more white wine, no more anything," said Daddy Mathieu, surlily. "How is Madame Mathieu?" "Quite well, thank you." So the young woman with the large, tender eyes, whom we had just seen, was the wife of this repugnant and brutal rustic, whose jealousy seemed to emphasize his physical ugliness. Slamming the door behind him, the innkeeper left the room. Mother Anganou was still standing, leaning on her stick, the cat at her feet. "You've been ill, Mother Anganou. Is that why we have not seen you for the last week?" asked the Green Man. "Yes, Monsieur Keeper, I have been able to get up but 3 times, to go to pray to Saint Genevieve, our good patroness, and the rest of the time I have been lying on my bed. There was no one to care for me, but the Bête du Bon Dieu." "Did she not leave you?" "Neither by day nor by night." "Are you sure of that?" "As I am of paradise." "Then how was it, Madame Anganou, that all through the night of the murder nothing but the cry of the Bête du Bon Dieu was heard?" Mother Anganou planted herself in front of the forest keeper and struck the floor with her stick. "I don't know anything about it," she said, "but shall I tell you something? There are no 2 cats in the world that cry like that. Well, on the night of the murder I also heard the cry of the Bête du Bon Dieu outside, and yet she was on my knees, and did not mew once, I swear. I crossed myself when I heard that, as if I had heard the devil. I looked at the keeper when he put the last question, and I am much mistaken if I did not detect an evil smile on his lips. At that moment, the noise of loud quarreling reached us. We even thought we heard a dull sound of blows, as if someone was being beaten. The Green Man quickly rose and hurried to the door by the side of the fireplace, but it was opened by the landlord, who appeared, and said to the keeper, "Don't alarm yourself, monsieur, it is my wife, she has the toothache." And he laughed. "Here, Mother Anganou, here are some scraps for your cat." He held out a packet to the old woman, who took it eagerly and went out by the door, closely followed by her cat. "Then you won't serve me?" asked the Green Man. Daddy Mathieu's face was placid and no longer retained its expression of hatred. "I've nothing for you, nothing for you. Take yourself off." The Green Man quietly refilled his pipe, lit it, bowed to us, and went out. No sooner was he over the threshold than Daddy Mathieu slammed the door after him and, turning towards us, with eyes bloodshot, and frothing at the mouth, he hissed to us, shaking his clenched fist at the door he had just shut on the man he evidently hated. "I don't know who you are who tell me. We shall have to eat red meat, now, but if it will interest you to know it, that man is the murderer." With which words Daddy Mathieu immediately left us. Rouletabille returned towards the fireplace and said, "Now we'll grill our steak. How do you like the cider? It's a little tart, but I like it." We saw no more of Daddy Mathieu that day, and absolute silence reigned in the inn when we left it, after placing 5 francs on the table in payment for our feast. Rouletabille at once set off on a 3-mile walk round Professor Stangerson's estate. He halted for some 10 minutes at the corner of a narrow road black with soot, near to some charcoal burners' huts in the forest of Sainte Genevieve, which touches on the road from Epinay to Corbeil, to tell me that the murderer had certainly passed that way, before entering the grounds and concealing himself in the little clump of trees. You don't think, then, that the keeper knows anything of it? I asked. We shall see that, later, he replied. For the present I'm not interested in what the landlord said about the man. The landlord hates him. I didn't take you to breakfast at the Donjon Inn for the sake of the Green Man. Then Rouletabille, with great precaution glided, followed by me, towards the little building which, standing near the park gate, served for the home of the concierges who had been arrested that morning. With the skill of an acrobat, he got into the lodge by an upper window which had been left open, and returned 10 minutes later. He said only, "Ah," a word which, in his mouth, signified many things. We were about to take the road leading to the chateau, when a considerable stir at the park gate attracted our attention. A carriage had arrived and some people had come from the chateau to meet it. Rouletabille pointed out to me a gentleman who descended from it. "That's the chief of the Sûreté," he said. "Now we shall see what Frédéric Larsan has up his sleeve, and whether he is so much cleverer than anybody else." The carriage of the chief of the Sûreté was followed by 3 other vehicles containing reporters, who were also desirous of entering the park. But 2 gendarmes stationed at the gate had evidently received orders to refuse admission to anybody. The chief of the Sûreté calmed their impatience by undertaking to furnish to the press, that evening, all the information he could give that would not interfere with the judicial inquiry. Chapter 11, in which Frédéric Larsan explains how the murderer was able to get out of the Yellow Room. Among the mass of papers, legal documents, memoirs, and extracts from newspapers, which I have collected, relating to the mystery of the Yellow Room, there is one very interesting piece. It is a detail of the famous examination which took place that afternoon, in the laboratory of Professor Stangerson, before the chief of the Sûreté. This narrative is from the pen of Monsieur Méline, the registrar, who, like the examining magistrate, had spent some of his leisure time in the pursuit of literature. The piece was to have made part of a book which, however, has never been published, and which was to have been entitled, My Examinations. It was given to me by the registrar himself, some time after the astonishing denouement to this case, and is unique in judicial chronicles. Here it is. It is not a mere dry transcription of questions and answers, because the registrar often intersperses his story with his own personal comments. The registrar's narrative. The examining magistrate and I, the writer relates, found ourselves in the Yellow Room, in the company of the builder who had constructed the pavilion after Professor Stangerson's designs. He had a workman with him. Monsieur de Marquet had had the walls laid entirely bare. That is to say, he had had them stripped of the paper which had decorated them. Blows with a pick, here and there, satisfied us of the non-existence of any sort of opening. The floor and the ceiling were thoroughly sounded. We found nothing. There was nothing to be found. Monsieur de Marquet appeared to be delighted and never ceased repeating, "What a case! What a case! We shall never know, you'll see, how the murderer was able to get out of this room." Then suddenly, with a radiant face, he called to the officer in charge of the gendarmes. "Go to the chateau," he said, "and request Monsieur Stangerson and Monsieur Robert Darzac to come to me in the laboratory, also Daddy Jacques. and let your men bring here the 2 concierges." 5 minutes later all were assembled in the laboratory. The chief of the Sûreté, who had arrived at the Glandier, joined us at that moment. I was seated at Monsieur Stangerson's desk ready for work, when Monsieur de Marquet made us the following little speech, as original as it was unexpected. "With your permission, gentlemen, as examinations lead to nothing, we will, for once, abandon the old system of interrogation. I will not have you brought before me one by one, but we will all remain here as we are, Monsieur Stangerson, Monsieur Robert Darzac, Daddy Jacques, and the 2 concierges, the chief of the Sûreté, the registrar, and myself. We shall all be on the same footing. The concierges may, for the moment, forget that they have been arrested. We are going to confer together. We are on the spot where the crime was committed. We have nothing else to discuss but the crime, so let us discuss it freely, intelligently or otherwise, so long as we speak just what is in our minds. There need be no formality or method, since this won't help us in any way." Then, passing before me, he said in a low voice, "What do you think of that? What a scene! Could you have thought of that? I'll make a little piece out of it for the vaudeville." And he rubbed his hands with glee. I turned my eyes on Monsieur Stangerson. The hope he had received from the doctor's latest reports, who had stated that Mademoiselle Stangerson might recover from her wounds, had not been able to efface from his noble features the marks of the great sorrow that was upon him. He had believed his daughter to be dead, and he was still broken by that belief. His clear, soft, blue eyes expressed infinite sorrow. I had had occasion, many times, to see Monsieur Stangerson at public ceremonies, and from the first had been struck by his countenance, which seemed as pure as that of a child, the dreamy gaze with the sublime and mystical expression of the inventor and thinker. On those occasions his daughter was always to be seen either following him or by his side, for they never quitted each other, it was said, and had shared the same labors for many years. The young lady, who was then 35, though she looked no more than 30, had devoted herself entirely to science. She still won admiration for her imperial beauty, which had remained intact, without a wrinkle, withstanding time and love. Who would have dreamed that I should one day be seated by her pillow with my papers, and that I should see her, on the point of death, painfully recounting to us the most monstrous and most mysterious crime I have heard of in my career? Who would have thought that I should be, that afternoon, listening to the despairing father vainly trying to explain how his daughter's assailant had been able to escape from him? Why bury ourselves with our work in obscure retreats in the depths of woods, if it may not protect us against those dangerous chances to life and death which meet us in the busy cities? "Now, Monsieur Stangerson," said Monsieur de Marquet, with somewhat of an important air, "place yourself exactly where you were when Mademoiselle Stangerson left you to go to her chamber." Monsieur Stangerson rose and, standing at a certain distance from the door of the Yellow Room, said, in an even voice and without the least trace of emphasis, a voice which I can only describe as a dead voice, "I was here, about 11 o'clock, after I had made a brief chemical experiment at the furnaces of the laboratory, needing all the space behind me. I had my desk moved here by Daddy Jacques, who spent the evening in cleaning some of my apparatus. My daughter had been working at the same desk with me. When it was her time to leave, she rose, kissed me, and bade Daddy Jacques good night. She had to pass behind my desk and the door to enter her chamber, and she could do this only with some difficulty. That is to say, I was very near the place where the crime occurred later." "And the desk?" I asked, obeying, in thus mixing myself in the conversation, the express orders of my chief, as soon as you heard the cry of murder, followed by the revolver shots, what became of the desk? Daddy Jacques answered. We pushed it back against the wall, here, close to where it is at the present moment, so as to be able to get at the door at once. I followed up my reasoning, to which, however, I attached but little importance, regarding it as only a weak hypothesis, with another question. Might not a man in the room, the desk being so near to the door, by stooping and slipping under the desk, have left it unobserved? You are forgetting, interrupted Monsieur Stangerson wearily, that my daughter had locked and bolted her door, that the door had remained fastened, that we vainly tried to force it open when we heard the noise, and that we were at the door while the struggle between the murderer and my poor child was going on immediately after we heard her stifled cries while she was being held by the fingers that have left their red mark upon her throat. Rapid as the attack was, we were no less rapid in our endeavors to get into the room where the tragedy was taking place. I rose from my seat and once more examined the door with the greatest care. Then I returned to my place with a despairing gesture. If the lower panel of the door, I said, could be removed without the whole door being necessarily opened, the problem would be solved. But, unfortunately, that last hypothesis is untenable after an examination of the door. It's of oak, solid and massive. You can see that quite plainly, in spite of the injury done in the attempt to burst it open. Ah! Cried Daddy Jacques, it is an old and solid door that was brought from the chateau. They don't make such doors now. We had to use this bar of iron to get it open, all four of us, for the concierge, brave woman she is, helped us. It pains me to find them both in prison now. Daddy Jacques had no sooner uttered these words of pity and protestation than tears and lamentations broke out from the concierges. I never saw two accused people crying more bitterly. I was extremely disgusted. Even if they were innocent, I could not understand how they could behave like that in the face of misfortune. A dignified bearing at such times is better than tears and groans, which, most often, are feigned. Now then, enough of that snivelling, cried Monsieur de Marquet, and, in your interest, tell us what you were doing under the windows of the pavilion at the time your mistress was being attacked, for you were close to the pavilion when Daddy Jacques met you. We were coming to help, they whined. If we could only lay hands on the murderer, he'd never taste bread again. The woman gurgled between her sobs. As before, we were unable to get two connecting thoughts out of them. They persisted in their denials and swore, by heaven and all the saints, that they were in bed when they heard the sound of the revolver shot. It was not one, but two shots that were fired. You see, you are lying. If you had heard one, you would have heard the other. Mon Dieu, monsieur, it was the second shot we heard. We were asleep when the first shot was fired. Two shots were fired, said Daddy Jacques. I am certain that all the cartridges were in my revolver. We found afterward that two had been exploded, and we heard two shots behind the door. Was not that so, Monsieur Stangerson? Yes, replied the professor, there were two shots, one dull, and the other sharp and ringing. Why do you persist in lying? Cried Monsieur de Marquet, turning to the concierges. Do you think the police are the fools you are? Everything points to the fact that you were out of doors and near the pavilion at the time of the tragedy. What were you doing there? So far as I am concerned, he said, turning to Monsieur Stangerson, I can only explain the escape of the murderer on the assumption of help from these two accomplices. As soon as the door was forced open, and while you, Monsieur Stangerson, were occupied with your unfortunate child, the concierge and his wife facilitated the flight of the murderer, who, screening himself behind them, reached the window in the vestibule and sprang out of it into the park. The concierge closed the window after him and fastened the blinds, which certainly could not have closed and fastened of themselves. That is the conclusion I have arrived at. If anyone here has any other idea, let him state it. Monsieur Stangerson intervened. What you say was impossible. I do not believe either in the guilt or in the connivance of my concierges, though I cannot understand what they were doing in the park at that late hour of the night. I say it was impossible, because Madame Bernier held the lamp and did not move from the threshold of the room. Because I, as soon as the door was forced open, threw myself on my knees beside my daughter, and no one could have left or entered the room by the door, without passing over her body and forcing his way by me. Daddy Jacques and the concierge had but to cast a glance round the chamber and under the bed, as I had done on entering, to see that there was nobody in it but my daughter lying on the floor. What do you think, Monsieur Darzac? Asked the magistrate. Monsieur Darzac replied that he had no opinion to express. Monsieur Dax, the chief of the Sûreté, who, so far, had been listening and examining the room, at length deigned to open his lips. While search is being made for the criminal, we had better try to find out the motive for the crime. That will advance us a little, he said. Turning towards Monsieur Stangerson, he continued, in the even, intelligent tone indicative of a strong character, I understand that Mademoiselle was shortly to have been married. The professor looked sadly at Monsieur Robert Darzac. With my friend here, whom I should have been happy to call my son, with Monsieur Robert Darzac. Mademoiselle Stangerson is much better and is rapidly recovering from her wounds. The marriage is simply delayed, is it not, monsieur? Insisted the chief of the Sûreté. I hope so. What, is there any doubt about that? Monsieur Stangerson did not answer. Monsieur Robert Darzac seemed agitated. I saw that his hand trembled as it fingered his watch chain. Monsieur Dax coughed, as did Monsieur de Marquet. Both were evidently embarrassed. You understand, Monsieur Stangerson, he said, that in an affair so perplexing as this, we cannot neglect anything. We must know all, even the smallest and seemingly most futile thing concerning the victim, information apparently the most insignificant. Why do you doubt that this marriage will take place? You expressed a hope, but the hope implies a doubt. Why do you doubt? Monsieur Stangerson made a visible effort to recover himself. Yes, monsieur, he said at length. You are right. It will be best that you should know something which, if I concealed it, might appear to be of importance. Monsieur Darzac agrees with me in this. Monsieur Darzac, whose pallor at that moment seemed to me to be altogether abnormal, made a sign of assent. I gathered he was unable to speak. I want you to know then, continued Monsieur Stangerson, that my daughter has sworn never to leave me, and adheres firmly to her oath, in spite of all my prayers and all that I have argued to induce her to marry. We have known Monsieur Robert Darzac many years. He loves my child, and I believed that she loved him, because she only recently consented to this marriage which I desire with all my heart. I am an old man, monsieur, and it was a happy hour to me when I knew that, after I had gone, she would have at her side one who loved her and who would help her in continuing our common labors. I love and esteem Monsieur Darzac both for his greatness of heart and for his devotion to science. But, 2 days before the tragedy, for I know not what reason, my daughter declared to me that she would never marry Monsieur Darzac." A dead silence followed Monsieur Stangerson's words. It was a moment fraught with suspense. "Did Mademoiselle give you any explanation? Did she tell you what her motive was?" asked Monsieur Dax. "She told me she was too old to marry, that she had waited too long. She said she had given much thought to the matter, and while she had a great esteem, even affection, for Monsieur Darzac, she felt it would be better if things remained as they were. She would be happy, she said, to see the relations between ourselves and Monsieur Darzac become nearer to us, but only on the understanding that there would be no more talk of marriage." "That is very strange," muttered Monsieur Dax. "Strange," repeated Monsieur de Marquet. "You'll certainly not find the motive there, Monsieur Dax," Monsieur Stangerson said with a cold smile. "In any case, the motive was not theft," said the chief impatiently. "Oh, we are quite convinced of that," cried the examining magistrate. At that moment the door of the laboratory opened and the officer in charge of the gendarmes entered and handed a card to the examining magistrate. Monsieur de Marquet read it and uttered a half-angry exclamation. "This is really too much," he cried. "What is it?" asked the chief. "It's the card of a young reporter engaged on the Epoque, a Monsieur Joseph Rouletabille. It has these words written on it: one of the motives of the crime was robbery." Quote. The chief smiled. "Ah, young Rouletabille. I've heard of him. He is considered rather clever. Let him come in." Monsieur Joseph Rouletabille was allowed to enter. I had made his acquaintance in the train that morning on the way to Épinay-sur-Orge. He had introduced himself almost against my wish into our compartment. I had better say at once that his manners, and the arrogance with which he assumed to know what was incomprehensible even to us, impressed him unfavorably on my mind. I do not like journalists. They are a class of writers to be avoided as the pest. They think that everything is permissible and they respect nothing. Grant them the least favor, allow him even to approach you, and you never can tell what annoyance they may give you. This one appears to be scarcely 20 years old, and the effrontery with which he dared to question us and discuss the matter with us made him particularly obnoxious to me. Besides, he had a way of expressing himself that left us guessing as to whether he was mocking us or not. I know quite well that the Epoque is an influential paper with which it is well to be on good terms, but the paper ought not to allow itself to be represented by sneaking reporters. Monsieur Joseph Rouletabille entered the laboratory, bowed to us, and waited for Monsieur de Marquet to ask him to explain his presence. "You pretend, monsieur, that you know the motive for the crime, and that motive, in the face of all the evidence that has been forthcoming, was robbery." "No, monsieur, I do not pretend that. I do not say that robbery was the motive for the crime, and I don't believe it was." "Then, what is the meaning of this card?" "It means that robbery was one of the motives for the crime." "What leads you to think that?" "If you will be good enough to accompany me, I will show you." The young man asked us to follow him into the vestibule, and we did. He led us towards the lavatory and begged Monsieur de Marquet to kneel beside him. This lavatory is lit by the glass door, and, when the door was open, the light which penetrated was sufficient to light it perfectly. Monsieur de Marquet and Monsieur Joseph Rouletabille knelt down on the threshold, and the young man pointed to a spot on the pavement. "The stones of the lavatory have not been washed by Daddy Jacques for some time," he said. "That can be seen by the layer of dust that covers them. Now, notice here, the marks of 2 large footprints and the black ash they left where they have been. That ash is nothing else than the charcoal dust that covers the path along which you must pass through the forest, in order to get directly from Epinay to the Glandier. You know there is a little village of charcoal burners at that place, who make large quantities of charcoal. What the murderer did was to come here at midday, when there was nobody at the pavilion, and attempt his robbery. But what robbery? Where do you see any signs of robbery? What proves to you that a robbery has been committed? We all cried at once. What put me on the trace of it? Continued the journalist. Was this? Interrupted Monsieur de Marquet, still on his knees. Evidently, said Rouletabille. And Monsieur de Marquet explained that there were on the dust of the pavement marks of 2 footsteps, as well as the impression, freshly made, of a heavy rectangular parcel, the marks of the cord with which it had been fastened being easily distinguished. You have been here, then, Monsieur Rouletabille. I thought I had given orders to Daddy Jacques, who was left in charge of the pavilion, not to allow anybody to enter. Don't scold Daddy Jacques. I came here with Monsieur Robert Darzac. Ah, indeed, exclaimed Monsieur de Marquet, disagreeably, casting a side glance at Monsieur Darzac, who remained perfectly silent. When I saw the mark of the parcel by the side of the footprints, I had no doubt as to the robbery, replied Monsieur Rouletabille. The thief had not brought a parcel with him. He had made one here, a parcel with the stolen objects, no doubt, and he put it in this corner intending to take it away when the moment came for him to make his escape. He had also placed his heavy boots beside the parcel, for, see, there are no marks of steps leading to the marks left by the boots, which were placed side by side. That accounts for the fact that the murderer left no trace of his steps when he fled from the Yellow Room, nor any in the laboratory, nor in the vestibule. After entering the Yellow Room in his boots, he took them off, finding them troublesome, or because he wished to make as little noise as possible. The marks made by him in going through the vestibule and the laboratory were subsequently washed out by Daddy Jacques. Having, for some reason or other, taken off his boots, the murderer carried them in his hand and placed them by the side of the parcel he had made. By that time the robbery had been accomplished. The man then returned to the Yellow Room and slipped under the bed, where the mark of his body is perfectly visible on the floor and even on the mat, which has been slightly moved from its place and creased. Fragments of straw also, recently torn, bear witness to the murderer's movements under the bed. Yes, yes, we know all about that, said Monsieur de Marquet. The robber had another motive for returning to hide under the bed, continued the astonishing boy journalist. You might think that he was trying to hide himself quickly on seeing, through the vestibule window, Monsieur and Mademoiselle Stangerson about to enter the pavilion. It would have been much easier for him to have climbed up to the attic and hidden there, waiting for an opportunity to get away, if his purpose had been only flight. No. No, he had to be in the Yellow Room. Here the chief intervened. That's not at all bad, young man. I compliment you. If we do not know yet how the murderer succeeded in getting away, we can at any rate see how he came in and committed the robbery. But what did he steal? Something very valuable, replied the young reporter. At that moment we heard a cry from the laboratory. We rushed in and found Monsieur Stangerson, his eyes haggard, his limbs trembling, pointing to a sort of bookcase which he had opened, and which, we saw, was empty. At the same instant he sank into the large armchair that was placed before the desk and groaned, the tears rolling down his cheeks, I have been robbed again. For God's sake, Do not say a word of this to my daughter. She would be more pained than I am." He heaved a deep sigh and added, in a tone I shall never forget, "After all, what does it matter, so long as she lives?" "She will live," said Monsieur Darzac, in a voice strangely touching. "And we will find the stolen articles," said Monsieur Dax. "But what was in the cabinet?" 20 years of my life," replied the illustrious professor sadly, "or rather of our lives, the lives of myself and my daughter. Yes, our most precious documents, the records of our secret experiments and our labors of 20 years were in that cabinet. It is an irreparable loss to us and, I venture to say, to science. All the processes by which I had been able to arrive at the precious proof of the destructibility of matter were there, all. The man who came wished to take all from me, my daughter and my work, my heart and my soul. And the great scientist wept like a child. We stood around him in silence, deeply affected by his great distress. Monsieur Darzac pressed closely to his side, and tried in vain to restrain his tears, a sight which, for the moment, almost made me like him, in spite of an instinctive repulsion which his strange demeanor and his inexplicable anxiety had inspired me. Monsieur Rouletabille alone, as if his precious time and mission on earth did not permit him to dwell in the contemplation on human suffering, had, very calmly, stepped up to the empty cabinet and, pointing at it, broke the almost solemn silence. He entered into explanations, for which there was no need, as to why he had been led to believe that a robbery had been committed, which included the simultaneous discovery he had made in the lavatory, and the empty precious cabinet in the laboratory. The first thing that had struck him, he said, was the unusual form of that piece of furniture. It was very strongly built of fireproof iron, clearly showing that it was intended for the keeping of most valuable objects. Then he noticed that the key had been left in the lock. One does not ordinarily have a safe and leave it open, he had said to himself. This little key, with its brass head and complicated wards, had strongly attracted him. Its presence had suggested robbery. Monsieur de Marquet appeared to be greatly perplexed, as if he did not know whether he ought to be glad of the new direction given to the inquiry by the young reporter, or sorry that it had not been done by himself. In our profession and for the general welfare, we have to put up with such mortifications and bury selfish feelings. That was why Monsieur de Marquet controlled himself and joined his compliments with those of Monsieur Dax. As for Monsieur Rouletabille, he simply shrugged his shoulders and said, "There's nothing at all in that." I should have liked to box his ears, especially when he added, "You will do well, Monsieur, to ask Monsieur Stangerson who usually kept that key." "My daughter," replied Monsieur Stangerson, "she was never without it." "Ah, then that changes the aspect of things which no longer corresponds with Monsieur Rouletabille's ideas," cried Monsieur de Marquet. "If that key never left Mademoiselle Stangerson, the murderer must have waited for her in her room for the purpose of stealing it, and the robbery could not have been committed until after the attack had been made on her. But after the attack 4 persons were in the laboratory. I can't make it out." "The robbery," said the reporter, "could only have been committed before the attack upon Mademoiselle Stangerson in her room. When the murderer entered the pavilion he already possessed the brass-headed key." "That is impossible," said Monsieur Stangerson in a low voice. "It is quite possible, Monsieur, as this proves." And the young rascal drew a copy of the Epoque from his pocket, dated the 21st of October. I recall the fact that the crime was committed on the night between the 24th and 25th, and showing us an advertisement, he read, "Yesterday a black satin reticule was lost in the Grands Magasins de la Louvre. It contained, amongst other things, a small key with a brass head. A handsome reward will be given to the person who has found it. This person must write, Poste Restante, Bureau 40, to this address, MAT. HSN, do not these letters suggest Mademoiselle Stangerson?" continued the reporter. "The key with a brass head, is not this the key? I always read advertisements. In my business, as in yours, monsieur, one should always read the personals. They are often the keys to intrigues that are not always brass-headed, but which are none the less interesting. This advertisement interested me specially. The woman of the key surrounded it with a kind of mystery. Evidently she valued the key, since she promised a big reward for its restoration. And I thought on these 6 letters, MATHSN. The first 4 at once pointed to a Christian name. Evidently I said Math is Mathilde. But I could make nothing of the 2 last letters, so I threw the journal aside and occupied myself with other matters. 4 days later, when the evening paper appeared with enormous headlines announcing the murder of Mademoiselle Stangerson, the letters in the advertisement mechanically recurred to me. I had forgotten the 2 last letters, SN. When I saw them again I could not help exclaiming, Stangerson. I jumped into a cab and rushed into the bureau number 40, asking, "Have you a letter addressed to M.A. THSN?" The clerk replied that he had not. I insisted, begged and entreated him to search. He wanted to know if I were playing a joke on him, and then told me that he had had a letter with the initials M.A. THSN, but he had given it up 3 days ago, to a lady who came for it. You come today to claim the letter, and the day before yesterday another gentleman claimed it. I've had enough of this, he concluded angrily. I tried to question him as to the 2 persons who had already claimed the letter, but whether he wished to entrench himself behind professional secrecy, he may have thought that he had already said too much, or whether he was disgusted at the joke that had been played on him, he would not answer any of my questions. Rouletabille paused. We all remained silent. Each drew his own conclusions from the strange story of the Poste Restante letter. It seemed, indeed, that we now had a thread by means of which we should be able to follow up this extraordinary mystery. "Then it is almost certain," said Monsieur Stangerson, "that my daughter did lose the key, and that she did not tell me of it, wishing to spare any anxiety, and that she begged whoever had found it to write to the Poste Restante. She evidently feared that, by giving our address, inquiries would have resulted that would have apprised me of the loss of the key. It was quite logical, quite natural for her to have taken that course, for I have been robbed once before." "Where was that, and when?" asked the chief of the Sûreté. "Oh, many years ago, in America, in Philadelphia. There was stolen from my laboratory the drawings of 2 inventions that might have made the fortune of a man. Not only have I never learned who the thief was, but I have never heard even a word of the object of the robbery, doubtless because, in order to defeat the plans of the person who had robbed me, I myself brought these 2 inventions before the public, and so rendered the robbery of no avail. From that time on I have been very careful to shut myself in when I am at work. The bars to these windows, the lonely situation of this pavilion, this cabinet, which I had specially constructed, this special lock, this unique key, all are precautions against fears inspired by a sad experience." "Most interesting," remarked Monsieur Dax. Monsieur Rouletabille asked about the reticule. Neither Monsieur Stangerson nor Daddy Jacques had seen it for several days, but a few hours later we learned from Mademoiselle Stangerson herself that the reticule had either been stolen from her, or she had lost it. She further corroborated all that had passed just as her father had stated. She had gone to the post restaurant and, on the 23rd of October, had received a letter which, she affirmed, contained nothing but a vulgar pleasantry, which she had immediately burned. To return to our examination, or rather to our conversation, I must state that the chief of the Sûreté, having inquired of Monsieur Stangerson under what conditions his daughter had gone to Paris on the 20th of October, we learned that Monsieur Robert Darzac had accompanied her, and Darzac had not been again seen at the chateau from that time to the day after the crime had been committed. The fact that Monsieur Darzac was with her in the Grands Magasins de la Louvre when the reticule disappeared could not pass unnoticed, and, it must be said, strongly awakened our interest. This conversation between magistrates, accused, victim, witnesses and journalist was coming to a close when quite a theatrical sensation, an incident of a kind displeasing to Monsieur de Marquet, was produced. The officer of the gendarmes came to announce that Frédéric Larsan requested to be admitted, a request that was at once complied with. He held in his hand a heavy pair of muddy boots, which he threw on the pavement of the laboratory. "Here," he said, "are the boots worn by the murderer. Do you recognize them, Daddy Jacques?" Daddy Jacques bent over them and, stupefied, recognized a pair of old boots which he had, some time back, thrown into a corner of his attic. He was so taken aback that he could not hide his agitation. Then, pointing to the handkerchief in the old man's hand, Frédéric Larsan said, "That's a handkerchief astonishingly like the one found in the Yellow Room." "I know," said Daddy Jacques, trembling, "they are almost alike." "And then," continued Frédéric Larsan, "the old Basque cap also found in the Yellow Room might at one time have been worn by Daddy Jacques himself. All this, gentlemen, proves, I think, that the murderer wished to disguise his real personality. He did it in a very clumsy way, or, at least, so it appears to us. Don't be alarmed, Daddy Jacques. We are quite sure that you were not the murderer. You never left the side of Monsieur Stangerson. But if Monsieur Stangerson had not been working that night and had gone back to the chateau after parting with his daughter, and Daddy Jacques had gone to sleep in his attic, no one would have doubted that he was the murderer. He owes his safety, therefore, to the tragedy having been enacted too soon. The murderer, no doubt, from the silence in the laboratory, imagined that it was empty, and that the moment for action had come. The man who had been able to introduce himself here so mysteriously and to leave so many evidences against Daddy Jacques was, there can be no doubt, familiar with the house. At what hour exactly he entered, whether in the afternoon or in the evening, I cannot say. One familiar with the proceedings and persons of this pavilion could choose his own time for entering the Yellow Room. He could not have entered it if anybody had been in the laboratory, said Monsieur de Marquet. How do we know that? Replied Larsan. There was the dinner in the laboratory, the coming and going of the servants in attendance. There was a chemical experiment being carried on between 10 and 11 o'clock, with Monsieur Stangerson, his daughter, and Daddy Jacques engaged at the furnace in a corner of the high chimney. Who can say that the murderer, an intimate, a friend, did not take advantage of that moment to slip into the Yellow Room, after having taken off his boots in the lavatory? It is very improbable, said Monsieur Stangerson. Doubtless, but it is not impossible. I assert nothing. As to the escape from the pavilion, that's another thing, the most natural thing in the world. For a moment Frederic Larsan paused, a moment that appeared to us a very long time. The eagerness with which we awaited what he was going to tell us may be imagined. "I have not been in the Yellow Room," he continued, "but I take it for granted that you have satisfied yourselves that he could have left the room only by way of the door. It is by the door, then, that the murderer made his way out." At what time? At the moment when it was most easy for him to do so. At the moment when it became most explainable, so completely explainable that there can be no other explanation. Let us go over the moments which followed after the crime had been committed. There was the first moment, when Monsieur Stangerson and Daddy Jacques were close to the door, ready to bar the way. There was the second moment, during which Daddy Jacques was absent and Monsieur Stangerson was left alone before the door. There was a third moment, when Monsieur Stangerson was joined by the concierge. There was a fourth moment, during which Monsieur Stangerson, the concierge and his wife and Daddy Jacques were before the door. There was a fifth moment, during which the door was burst open and the Yellow Room entered. The moment at which the flight is explainable is the very moment when there was the least number of persons before the door. There was one moment when there was but one person, Monsieur Stangerson. Unless a complicity of silence on the part of Daddy Jacques is admitted, in which I do not believe, the door was opened in the presence of Monsieur Stangerson alone and the man escaped. Here we must admit that Monsieur Stangerson had powerful reasons for not arresting, or not causing the arrest of the murderer, since he allowed him to reach the window in the vestibule and closed it after him. That done, Mademoiselle Stangerson, though horribly wounded, had still strength enough, and no doubt in obedience to the entreaties of her father, to refasten the door of her chamber, with both the bolt and the lock, before sinking on the floor. We do not know who committed the crime. We do not know of what wretch Monsieur and Mademoiselle Stangerson are the victims, but there is no doubt that they both know. The secret must be a terrible one, for the father had not hesitated to leave his daughter to die behind the door which she had shut upon herself, terrible for him to have allowed the assassin to escape. For there is no other way in the world to explain the murderer's flight from the Yellow Room. The silence which followed this dramatic and lucid explanation was appalling. We all of us felt grieved for the illustrious professor, so driven into a corner by the pitiless logic of Frederic Larsan, so forced to confess the whole truth of his martyrdom or to keep silent, and thus make a yet more terrible admission. The man himself, a veritable statue of sorrow, raised his hand with a gesture so solemn that we bowed our heads to it as before something sacred. He then pronounced these words, in a voice so loud that it seemed to exhaust him. "I swear by the head of my suffering child that I never for an instant left the door of her chamber after hearing her cries for help, that door was not opened while I was alone in the laboratory, and that, finally, when we entered the Yellow Room, my 3 domestics and I, the murderer was no longer there. I swear I do not know the murderer. Must I say it, in spite of the solemnity of Monsieur Stangerson's words, we did not believe in his denial. Frederic Larsan had shown us the truth and it was not so easily given up. Monsieur de Marquet announced that the conversation was at an end, and as we were about to leave the laboratory, Joseph Rouletabille approached Monsieur Stangerson, took him by the hand with the greatest respect, and I heard him say, "I believe you, Monsieur." I here close the citation which I have thought it my duty to make from Monsieur Moline's narrative. I need not tell the reader that all that passed in the laboratory was immediately and faithfully reported to me by Rouletabille. Chapter 12. Frederic Larsan's cane. It was not till 6 o'clock that I left the chateau, taking with me the article hastily written by my friend in the little sitting room which Monsieur Robert Darzac had placed at our disposal. The reporter was to sleep at the chateau, taking advantage of the to me inexplicable hospitality offered him by Monsieur Robert Darzac, to whom Monsieur Stangerson, in that sad time, left the care of all his domestic affairs. Nevertheless, he insisted on accompanying me to the station at Epinay. In crossing the park, he said to me, "Frederic is really very clever and has not belied his reputation. Do you know how he came to find Daddy Jacques' boots? Near the spot where we noticed the traces of the neat boots and the disappearance of the rough ones, there was a square hole, freshly made in the moist ground, where a stone had evidently been removed. Larsan searched for that stone without finding it, and at once imagined that it had been used by the murderer with which to sink the boots in the lake. Fred's calculation was an excellent one, as the success of his search proves. That escaped me, but my mind was turned in another direction by the large number of false indications of his track which the murderer left, and by the measure of the black foot marks corresponding with that of Daddy Jacques' boots, which I had established without his suspecting it, on the floor of the Yellow Room. All which was a proof, in my eyes, that the murderer had sought to turn suspicion onto the old servant. Up to that point, Larsan and I are in accord, but no further. It is going to be a terrible matter, for I tell you he is working on wrong lines, and I must fight him with nothing." I was surprised at the profoundly grave accent with which my young friend pronounced the last words. He repeated, "Yes, terrible, terrible, for it is fighting with nothing, when you have only an idea to fight with." At that moment we passed by the back of the chateau. Night had come. A window on the first floor was partly open. A feeble light came from it as well as some sounds which drew our attention. We approached until we had reached the side of a door that was situated just under the window. Rouletabille, in a low tone, made me understand that this was the window of Mademoiselle Stangerson's chamber. The sounds which had attracted our attention ceased, then were renewed for a moment, and then we heard stifled sobs. We were only able to catch these words, which reached us distinctly. "My poor Robert," Rouletabille whispered in my ear. If we only knew what was being said in that chamber, my inquiry would soon be finished. He looked about him. The darkness of the evening enveloped us. We could not see much beyond the narrow path bordered by trees, which ran behind the chateau. The sobs had ceased. "If we can't hear, we may at least try to see," said Rouletabille. And, making a sign to me to deaden the sound of my steps, he led me across the path to the trunk of a tall beech tree, the white bole of which was visible in the darkness. This tree grew exactly in front of the window in which we were so much interested, its lower branches being on a level with the first floor of the chateau. From the height of those branches one might certainly see what was passing in Mademoiselle Stangerson's chamber. Evidently that was what Rouletabille thought, for, enjoining me to remain hidden, he clasped the trunk with his vigorous arms and climbed up. I soon lost sight of him amid the branches, and then followed a deep silence. In front of me, the open window remained lighted, and I saw no shadow move across it. I listened, and presently from above me these words reached my ears. After you, pray." Somebody was overhead, speaking, exchanging courtesies. What was my astonishment to see on the slippery column of the tree 2 human forms appear and quietly slip down to the ground. Rouletabille had mounted alone, and had returned with another. "Good evening, Monsieur St. Clair. It was Frédéric Larsan. The detective had already occupied the post of observation when my young friend had thought to reach it alone. Neither noticed my astonishment. I explained that to myself by the fact that they must have been witnesses of some tender and despairing scene between Mademoiselle Stangerson, lying in her bed, and Monsieur Darzac on his knees by her pillow. I guessed that each had drawn different conclusions from what they had seen. It was easy to see that the scene had strongly impressed Rouletabille in favor of Monsieur Robert Darzac, while, to Larsan, it showed nothing but consummate hypocrisy, acted with finished art by Mademoiselle Stangerson's fiancé. As we reached the park gate, Larsan stopped us. "My cane," he cried. "I left it near the tree." He left us, saying he would rejoin us presently. "Have you noticed Frédéric Larsan's cane?" asked the young reporter, as soon as we were alone. "It is quite a new one, which I have never seen him use before. He seems to take great care of it. It never leaves him. One would think he was afraid it might fall into the hands of strangers. I never saw it before today. Where did he find it? It isn't natural that a man who had never before used a walking stick should, the day after the Glandier crime, never move a step without one." On the day of our arrival at the chateau, as soon as he saw us, he put his watch in his pocket and picked up his cane from the ground, a proceeding to which I was perhaps wrong not to attach some importance. We were now out of the park. Rouletabille had dropped into silence. His thoughts were certainly still occupied with Frédéric Larsan's new cane. I had proof of that when, as we came near to Epinay, he said, "Frédéric Larsan arrived at the Glandier before me. He began his inquiry before me. He has had time to find out things about which I know nothing." Where did he find that cane? Then he added, "It is probable that his suspicion, more than that, his reasoning, has led him to lay his hand on something tangible. Has this cane anything to do with it? Where the deuce could he have found it?" As I had to wait 20 minutes for the train at Epinay, we entered a cabaret. Almost immediately the door opened and Frédéric Larsan made his appearance, brandishing his famous cane. "I found it," he said laughingly. The three of us seated ourselves at a table. Rouletabille never took his eyes off the cane. He was so absorbed that he did not notice a sign Larsan made to a railway employee, a young man with a chin decorated by a tiny blonde and ill-kept beard. On the sign he rose, paid for his drink, bowed, and went out. I should not myself have attached any importance to the circumstance, if it had not been recalled to my mind, some months later, by the reappearance of the man with the beard at one of the most tragic moments of this case. I then learned that the youth was one of Larsan's assistants and had been charged by him to watch the going and coming of travelers at the station of Epinay-sur-Orge. Larsan neglected nothing in any case on which he was engaged. I turned my eyes again on Rouletabille. "Ah, Monsieur Fred," he said, "when did you begin to use a walking stick? I have always seen you walking with your hands in your pockets." "It is a present," replied the detective. "Recent?" insisted Rouletabille. "No, it was given to me in London." "Ah, yes, I remember, you have just come from London. May I look at it?" "Oh, certainly." Fred passed the cane to Rouletabille. It was a large yellow bamboo with a crutch handle and ornamented with a gold ring. Rouletabille, after examining it minutely, returned it to Larsan, with a bantering expression on his face, saying, "You were given a French cane in London." "Possibly," said Fred, imperturbably. "Read the mark there, in tiny letters, cassette, 6A, opera. Cannot English people buy canes in Paris? When Rouletabille had seen me into the train, he said, "You'll remember the address?" "Yes, cassette, 6A, opera. Rely on me. You shall have word tomorrow morning." That evening, on reaching Paris, I saw Monsieur Cassette, dealer in walking sticks and umbrellas, and wrote to my friend. A man unmistakably answering to the description of Monsieur Robert Darzac, same height, slightly stooping, putty-colored overcoat, bowler hat, purchased a cane similar to the one in which we are interested, on the evening of the crime, about 8 o'clock. Monsieur Cassette had not sold another such cane during the last 2 years. Fred's cane is new. It is quite clear that it's the same cane. Fred did not buy it, since he was in London. Like you, I think that he found it somewhere near Monsieur Robert Darzac. But if, as you suppose, the murderer was in the Yellow Room for 5, or even 6 hours, and the crime was not committed until towards midnight, the purchase of this cane proves an incontestable alibi for Darzac. Chapter 13. The presbytery has lost nothing of its charm, nor the garden its brightness. A week after the occurrence of the events I have just recounted, on the 2nd of November, to be exact, I received at my home in Paris the following telegraphic message: "Come to the Glandier by the earliest train. Bring revolvers. Friendly greetings, Rouletabille." I have already said, I think, that at that period, being a young barrister with but few briefs, I frequented the Palais de Justice rather for the purpose of familiarizing myself with my professional duties than for the defense of the widow and orphan. I could, therefore, feel no surprise at Rouletabille disposing of my time. Moreover, he knew how keenly interested I was in his journalistic adventures in general and, above all, in the murder at the Glandier. I had not heard from him for a week, nor of the progress made with that mysterious case, except by the innumerable paragraphs in the newspapers and by the very brief notes of Rouletabille in the Epoque. Those notes had divulged the fact that traces of human blood had been found on the mutton bone, as well as fresh traces of the blood of Mademoiselle Stangerson. The old stains belonged to other crimes, probably dating years back. It may be easily imagined that the crime engaged the attention of the press throughout the world. No crime known had more absorbed the minds of people. It appeared to me, however, that the judicial inquiry was making but very little progress, and I should have been very glad if, on the receipt of my friend's invitation to rejoin him at the Glandier, the dispatch had not contained the words, "Bring revolvers." That puzzled me greatly. Rouletabille telegraphing for revolvers meant that there might be occasion to use them. Now, I confess it without shame, I am not a hero. But here was a friend, evidently in danger, calling on me to go to his aid. I did not hesitate long, and after assuring myself that the only revolver I possessed was properly loaded, I hurried towards the Orleans station. On the way I remembered that Rouletabille had asked for 2 revolvers. I therefore entered a gunsmith's shop and bought an excellent weapon for my friend. I had hoped to find him at the station at Epinay, but he was not there. However, a cab was waiting for me and I was soon at the Glandier. Nobody was at the gate, and it was only on the threshold of the chateau that I met the young man. He saluted me with a friendly gesture and threw his arms about me, inquiring warmly as to the state of my health. When we were in the little sitting room of which I have spoken, Rouletabille made me sit down. "It's going badly," he said. "What's going badly?" I asked. "Everything." He came nearer to me and whispered, Frederic Larsan is working with might and main against Darzac. This did not astonish me. I had seen the poor show Mademoiselle Stangerson's fiancé had made at the time of the examination of the footprints. However, I immediately asked, "What about that cane?" "It is still in the hands of Frederic Larsan. He never lets go of it." "But doesn't it prove the alibi for Monsieur Darzac?" "Not at all." Gently questioned by me, Darzac denied having, on that evening, or on any other, purchased a cane at Cassette's. "However," said Rouletabille, "I'll not swear to anything. Monsieur Darzac has such strange fits of silence that one does not know exactly what to think of what he says. To Frederic Larsan this cane must mean a piece of very damaging evidence. But in what way? The time when it was bought shows it could not have been in the murderer's possession. The time doesn't worry Larsan. He is not obliged to adopt my theory, which assumes that the murderer got into the Yellow Room between 5 and 6 o'clock. But there's nothing to prevent him assuming that the murderer got in between 10 and 11 o'clock at night. At that hour Monsieur and Mademoiselle Stangerson, assisted by Daddy Jacques, were engaged in making an interesting chemical experiment in the part of the laboratory taken up by the furnaces. Larsan says, unlikely as that may seem, that the murderer may have slipped behind them. He has already got the examining magistrate to listen to him. When one looks closely into it, the reasoning is absurd, seeing that the intimate, if there is one, must have known that the professor would shortly leave the pavilion, and that the friend had only to put off operating till after the professor's departure. Why should he have risked crossing the laboratory while the professor was in it? And then, when he had got into the Yellow Room? There are many points to be cleared up before Larsan's theory can be admitted. I shan't waste my time over it, for my theory won't allow me to occupy myself with mere imagination. Only, as I am obliged for the moment to keep silent, and Larsan sometimes talks, he may finish by coming out openly against Monsieur Darzac, if I'm not there, added the young reporter proudly. For there are surface evidences against Darzac, much more convincing than the cane, which remains incomprehensible to me, all the more so as Larsan does not in the least hesitate to let Darzac see him with it. I understand many things in Larsan's theory, but I can't make anything of that cane. Is he still at the chateau? Yes. He hardly ever quits it. He sleeps there, as I do, at the request of Monsieur Stangerson, who has done for him what Monsieur Robert Darzac has done for me. In spite of the accusation made by Larsan that Monsieur Stangerson knows who the murderer is, he yet affords him every facility for arriving at the truth, just as Darzac is doing for me. But you are convinced of Darzac's innocence. At one time I did believe in the possibility of his guilt. That was when we arrived here for the first time. The time has come for me to tell you what has passed between Monsieur Darzac and myself. Here Rouletabille interrupted himself and asked me if I had brought the revolvers. I showed him them. Having examined both, he pronounced them excellent, and handed them back to me. Shall we have any use for them? I asked. No doubt. This evening. We shall pass the night here, if that won't tire you. On the contrary, I said with an expression that made Rouletabille laugh. No, no, he said, this is no time for laughing. You remember the phrase which was the open sesame of this chateau full of mystery? Yes, I said, perfectly. The presbytery has lost nothing of its charm, nor the garden its brightness. It was the phrase which you found on the half-burned piece of paper amongst the ashes in the laboratory. Yes, at the bottom of the paper, where the flame had not reached, was this date, 23rd of October. Remember this date, it is highly important. I am now going to tell you about that curious phrase. On the evening before the crime, that is to say, on the 23rd, Monsieur and Mademoiselle Stangerson were at a reception at the Elysée. I know that, because I was there on duty, having to interview one of the savants of the Academy of Philadelphia, who was being fêted there. I had never before seen either Monsieur or Mademoiselle Stangerson. I was seated in the room which precedes the Salon des Ambassadeurs, and, tired of being jostled by so many noble personages, I had fallen into a vague reverie, when I scented near me the perfume of the lady in black. Do you ask me what is the perfume of the lady in black? It must suffice you to know that it is a perfume of which I am very fond, because it was that of a lady who had been very kind to me in my childhood, a lady whom I had always seen dressed in black. The lady who, that evening, was scented with the perfume of the lady in black, was dressed in white. She was wonderfully beautiful. I could not help rising and following her. An old man gave her his arm, and, as they passed, I heard voices say, Professor Stangerson and his daughter. It was in that way I learned who it was I was following. They met Monsieur Robert Darzac, whom I knew by sight. Professor Stangerson, accosted by Mr. Arthur William Rance, one of the American savants, seated himself in the great gallery, and Monsieur Robert Darzac led Mademoiselle Stangerson into the conservatory. I followed. The weather was very mild that evening. The garden doors were open. Mademoiselle Stangerson threw a fichu shawl over her shoulders, and I plainly saw that it was she who was begging Monsieur Darzac to go with her into the garden. I continued to follow, interested by the agitation plainly exhibited by the bearing of Monsieur Darzac. They slowly passed along the wall abutting on the Avenue Marigny. I took the central alley, walking parallel with him, and then crossed over for the purpose of getting nearer to them. The night was dark, and the grass deadened the sound of my steps. They had stopped under the vacillating light of a gas jet and appeared to be both bending over a paper held by Mademoiselle Stangerson, reading something which deeply interested them. I stopped in the darkness and silence. Neither of them saw me, and I distinctly heard Mademoiselle Stangerson repeat, as she was refolding the paper, "The presbytery has lost nothing of its charm, nor the garden its brightness." It was said in a tone at once mocking and despairing, and was followed by a burst of such nervous laughter that I think her words will never cease to sound in my ears. But another phrase was uttered by Monsieur Robert Darzac. "Must I commit a crime, then, to win you?" He was in an extraordinarily agitated state. He took the hand of Mademoiselle Stangerson and held it for a long time to his lips, and I thought, from the movement of his shoulders, that he was crying. Then they went away. When I returned to the great gallery, continued Rouletabille, I saw no more of Monsieur Robert Darzac, and I was not to see him again until after the tragedy at the Glandier. Mademoiselle was near Mr. Rance, who was talking with much animation, his eyes, during the conversation, glowing with a singular brightness. Mademoiselle Stangerson, I thought, was not even listening to what he was saying, her face expressing perfect indifference. His face was the red face of a drunkard. When Monsieur and Mademoiselle Stangerson left, he went to the bar and remained there. I joined him, and rendered him some little service in the midst of the pressing crowd. He thanked me and told me he was returning to America 3 days later, that is to say, on the 26th, the day after the crime. I talked with him about Philadelphia. He told me he had lived there for 25 years, and that it was there he had met the illustrious Professor Stangerson and his daughter. He drank a great deal of champagne, and when I left him he was very nearly drunk. Such were my experiences on that evening, and I leave you to imagine what effect the news of the attempted murder of Mademoiselle Stangerson produced on me, with what force those words pronounced by Monsieur Robert Darzac, "Must I commit a crime, then, to win you?" recurred to me. It was not this phrase, however, that I repeated to him, when we met here at Glandier. The sentence of the presbytery and the bright garden sufficed to open the gate of the chateau. If you ask me if I believe now that Monsieur Darzac is the murderer, I must say I do not. I do not think I ever quite thought that. At the time I could not really think seriously of anything. I had so little evidence to go on, but I needed to have at once the proof that he had not been wounded in the hand. When we were alone together, I told him how I had chanced to overhear a part of his conversation with Mademoiselle Stangerson in the garden of the Elysée, and when I repeated to him the words, "Must I commit a crime, then, to win you?" He was greatly troubled, though much less so than he had been by hearing me repeat the phrase about the presbytery. What threw him into a state of real consternation was to learn from me that the day on which he had gone to meet Mademoiselle Stangerson at the Elysée was the very day on which she had gone to the post office for the letter. It was that letter, perhaps, which ended with the words, "The presbytery has lost nothing of its charm, nor the garden its brightness." My surmise was confirmed by my finding, if you remember, in the ashes of the laboratory, the fragment of paper dated October the 23rd. The letter had been written and withdrawn from the post office on the same day. There can be no doubt that, on returning from the Elysée that night, Mademoiselle Stangerson had tried to destroy that compromising paper. It was in vain that Monsieur Darzac denied that that letter had anything whatever to do with the crime. I told him that in an affair so filled with mystery as this, he had no right to hide this letter, that I was persuaded it was of considerable importance, that the desperate tone in which Mademoiselle Stangerson had pronounced the prophetic phrase, that his own tears, and the threat of a crime which he had professed after the letter was read, all these facts tended to leave no room for me to doubt. Monsieur Darzac became more and more agitated, and I determined to take advantage of the effect I had produced on him. "You were on the point of being married, monsieur," I said negligently and without looking at him, "and suddenly your marriage becomes impossible because of the writer of that letter, because as soon as his letter was read, you spoke of the necessity for a crime to win Mademoiselle Stangerson. Therefore there is someone between you and her, someone who is preventing your marriage with her, someone who has attempted to kill her, so that she should not be able to marry." And I concluded with these words, "Now, monsieur, you have only to tell me in confidence the name of the murderer." The words I had uttered must have struck him ominously, for when I turned my eyes on him, I saw that his face was haggard, the perspiration standing on his forehead, and terror showing in his eyes. "Monsieur," he said to me, "I am going to ask of you something which may appear insane, but in exchange for which I place my life in your hands. You must not tell the magistrates of what you saw and heard in the garden of the Elysée, neither to them nor to anybody. I swear to you that I am innocent, and I know, I feel, that you believe me, but I would rather be taken for the guilty man than see justice go astray on that phrase, 'The presbytery has lost nothing of its charm, nor the garden its brightness.' The judges must know nothing about that phrase. All this matter is in your hands. Monsieur, I leave it there, but forget the evening at the Elysée. 100 other roads are open to you in your search for the criminal. I will open him for you myself. I will help you. Will you take up your quarters here? You may remain here to do as you please. Eat, sleep here, watch my actions, the actions of all here. You shall be master of the Glandier, monsieur, but forget the evening at the Elysée. Rouletabille here paused to take breath. I now understood what had appeared so unexplainable in the demeanor of Monsieur Robert Darzac towards my friend, and the facility with which the young reporter had been able to install himself on the scene of the crime. My curiosity could not fail to be excited by all I had heard. I asked Rouletabille to satisfy it still further. What had happened at the Glandier during the past week? Had he not told me that there were surface indications against Monsieur Darzac much more terrible than that of the cane found by Larsan? Everything seems to be pointing against him, replied my friend, and the situation is becoming exceedingly grave. Monsieur Darzac appears not to mind it much, but in that he is wrong. I was interested only in the health of Mademoiselle Stangerson, which was daily improving, when something occurred that is even more mysterious than the mystery of the Yellow Room. Impossible, I cried. What could be more mysterious than that? Let us first go back to Monsieur Robert Darzac, said Rouletabille, calming me. I have said that everything seems to be pointing against him. The marks of the neat boots found by Frédéric Larsan appear to be really the footprints of Mademoiselle Stangerson's fiancé. The marks made by the bicycle may have been made by his bicycle. He had usually left it at the chateau. Why did he take it to Paris on that particular occasion? Was it because he was not going to return again to the chateau? Was it because, owing to the breaking off of his marriage, his relations with the Stangersons were to cease? All who are interested in the matter affirm that those relations were to continue unchanged. Frédéric Larsan, however, believes that all intercourse was at an end. From the day when Monsieur Darzac accompanied Mademoiselle Stangerson to the Grands Magasins de la Louvre until the day after the crime, he had not been at the Glandier. Remember that Mademoiselle Stangerson lost her reticule containing the key with the brass head while she was in his company. From that day to the evening at the Elysée, the Sorbonne professor and Mademoiselle Stangerson did not see one another, but they may have written to each other. Mademoiselle Stangerson went to the post office to get a letter, which Larsan says was written by Robert Darzac. For knowing nothing of what had passed at the Elysée, Larsan believes that it was Monsieur Darzac himself who stole the reticule with the key, with the design of forcing her consent, by getting possession of the precious papers of her father, papers which he would have restored to him on condition that the marriage engagement was to be fulfilled. All that would have been a very doubtful and almost absurd hypothesis, as Larsan admitted to me, but for another and much graver circumstance. In the first place, here is something which I have not been able to explain. Monsieur Darzac had himself, on the 24th, gone to the post office to ask for the letter which Mademoiselle had called for and received on the previous evening. The description of the man who made application tallies in every respect with the appearance of Monsieur Darzac, who, in answer to the questions put to him by the examining magistrate, denies that he went to the post office. Now, even admitting that the letter was written by him, which I do not believe, he knew that Mademoiselle Stangerson had received it, since he had seen it in her hands in the garden at the Elysée. It could not have been he, then, who had gone to the post office, the day after the 24th, to ask for a letter which he knew was no longer there. To me it appears clear that somebody, strongly resembling him, stole Mademoiselle Stangerson's reticule and in that letter, had demanded of her something which she had not sent him. He must have been surprised at the failure of his demand. hence his application at the post office, to learn whether his letter had been delivered to the person to whom it had been addressed. Finding that it had been claimed, he had become furious. What had he demanded? Nobody but Mademoiselle Stangerson knows. Then, on the day following, it is reported that she had been murdered during the night, and, the next day, I discovered that the professor had, at the same time, been robbed by means of the key referred to in the post-restant letter. It would seem, then, that the man who went to the post office to inquire for the letter must have been the murderer. All these arguments Larsan applies as against Monsieur Darzac. You may be sure that the examining magistrate, Larsan, and myself, have done our best to get from the post office precise details relative to the singular personage who applied there on the 24th of October. But nothing has been learned. We don't know where he came from, or where he went. Beyond the description which makes him resemble Monsieur Darzac, we know nothing. I have announced in the leading journals that a handsome reward will be given to a driver of any public conveyance who drove our fare to number 40, Post Office, about 10 o'clock on the morning of the 24th of October. Information to be addressed to M.R. at the office of the Epoch, but no answer has resulted. The man may have walked, but, as he was most likely in a hurry, there was a chance that he might have gone in a cab. Who, I keep asking myself night and day, is the man who so strongly resembles Monsieur Robert Darzac, and who is also known to have bought the cane which has fallen into Larsan's hands? The most serious fact is that Monsieur Darzac was, at the very same time that his double presented himself at the post office, down for a lecture at the Sorbonne. He had not delivered that lecture, and one of his friends took his place. When I questioned him as to how he had employed the time, he told me that he had gone for a stroll in the Bois de Boulogne. What do you think of a professor who, instead of giving his lecture, obtains a substitute to go for a stroll in the Bois de Boulogne? When Frédéric Larsan asked him for information on this point, he quietly replied that it was no business of his how he spent his time in Paris. On which Fred swore aloud that he would find out, without anybody's help. All this seems to fit in with Fred's hypothesis, namely, that Monsieur Stangerson allowed the murderer to escape in order to avoid a scandal. The hypothesis is further substantiated by the fact that Darzac was in the Yellow Room and was permitted to get away. That hypothesis I believe to be a false one. Larsan is being misled by it, though that would not displease me, did it not affect an innocent person. Now does that hypothesis really mislead Frédéric Larsan? That is the question. That is the question. Perhaps he is right, I cried, interrupting Rouletabille. Are you sure that Monsieur Darzac is innocent? It seems to me that these are extraordinary coincidences. Coincidences, replied my friend, are the worst enemies to truth. What does the examining magistrate think now of the matter? Monsieur de Marquet hesitates to accuse Monsieur Darzac, in the absence of absolute proofs. Not only would he have public opinion wholly against him, to say nothing of the Sorbonne, but Monsieur and Mademoiselle Stangerson. She adores Monsieur Robert Darzac. Indistinctly as she saw the murderer, it would be hard to make the public believe that she could not have recognized him, if Darzac had been the criminal. No doubt the Yellow Room was very dimly lit, but a nightlight, however small, gives some light. Here, my boy, is how things stood when, 3 days, or rather 3 nights ago, an extraordinarily strange incident occurred. This concludes part 1 of The Mystery of the Yellow Room by Gaston Leroux. The investigation has only just begun, and the mystery of the locked Yellow Room is far from solved. In part 2, The search for the truth continues as new clues emerge and the puzzle grows even more perplexing. Part 2 is available now. You'll find the link in the description. If you enjoyed this classic detective story, consider liking the video or subscribing for more full-length mystery audiobooks every week. Thank you for listening, and feel free to explore the channel for more classic mystery audiobooks.